All right, let's hit the tropics. What we're following over the eastern Atlantic is a tropical wave that the National Hurricane Center will be monitoring all week long. Right now, the shower thunderstorm activity associated with this wave is disorganized, but as it works west-northwestward over the tropical Atlantic, the environment may eventually become more favorable for this to try to get its act together. So the development potential earlier today was at 30%. It has since been bumped up to 40%. We'll be keeping track of this one all week long. Perhaps it becomes a tropical depression as we move into the later part of the coming week. Sonella?
Welcome back, everybody. We are keeping a very close eye on the eastern Pacific. A moisture surge could be heading towards parts of Arizona, southern Nevada, New Mexico, maybe Texas. There's a lot of question marks still with this thing. Jim and I were just talking about it. But here's where it currently sits. Just off the coast of the Baja Peninsula, Cabo San Lucas, you're getting showers, thunderstorms, impacts for sure. The center circulation is still over open water. Category 1 hurricane right now, 75-mile-per-hour storm, moving northwest at 15 miles per hour. And we've got hurricane hunters on the route to actually get into that thing to give us more intel, because some models have it going west, some models have it going up north and then east, and so we'll have to see what happens. Either way, I still think you're going to see a moisture surge for southern Arizona and southern New Mexico. The question is how much? The cone from the National Hurricane Center has it moving over the Sea of Cortez and basically along the border. It also has it increasing to a 90-mile-per-hour storm by the time we head into tomorrow afternoon. Does that happen or not is the million-dollar question. Notice this model, GFS, puts that moisture surge up in Arizona and then it drags it into New Mexico and farther east. Again, there are some indications that it might not do that, but as of right now, let's just say that's where it's headed. And if that were to happen, we're talking more rainfall for the Four Corners and definitely a lot more rain for southern Arizona. The question is how much? I still think there's going to be a flood threat, even if you get 1 to 2 inches. But if you get more than that, we could be talking about maybe a big flood threat. So you've got showers and thunderstorms today. All right, we definitely have monsoon that's been active all week. It's been great. Keep it coming. Tomorrow, notice our flood outlook increases for Phoenix, for parts of the lower end of the Colorado River, and then all the way down into Tucson. And then on Friday, still somewhat present as we wait for that moisture to come through. Highest moisture so far is definitely kind of sitting over here between California, Mexico, and Arizona. But the rainfall is north of the Mogollon Rim, up into the Silver State, and we've seen some good convective storms in Northern California. Again, these are the ones that yesterday were kind of down towards the Central Valley, sparking new fires like crazy, which was unfortunate with those dry thunderstorms. So not a ton of rainfall, but definitely still out there. Now, overall, we're going to see more scattered activity pick up this afternoon. Notice Flagstaff all the way up into Cedar City. I-15 could be busy for you folks in southern Utah. We'll see the atmosphere calm down overnight and then pick back up into Thursday afternoon. Could we be looking at more dust storms? When you get systems like this come through, yes, that's potential. So we'll watch the I-10 corridor between Phoenix and Tucson, especially if that thunderstorm develops as we head into Thursday evening and into Friday morning. The plan is all this energy will slowly drift east. As that happens, more sunshine comes out, and that also means temperatures will be warming up for you folks in Vegas and Arizona. We could be back to triple digits. Also want to get you guys caught up real quick with our bigger hurricane. Yeah, this is Hurricane Kiko, and right now guidance suggests this thing could move right in and around Hawaii. Some of it has it making landfall. This is down the horizon, but we want to let you know it's on the way, and this storm is increasing in strength.
Already. It's on its way to becoming a major if it's not already. So we await the Pacific, and as Jordan said, we got impacts for the United States. Kiko, potentially Hawaii, and of course Lorena for the Southwest. All right, but what's happening here in the Atlantic? I think this wave right here is a good indication of what's going on in the basin. You see how the convection just goes. We just don't have a lot of rising air motion right now. The stuff off the East Coast is all frontal. All right, 70% chance this wave eventually develops. 30% over 48 hours, but it's not much now. Even the probabilities on the European have come way down today. That's the big difference. And this is another wave that's coming off much farther to the north, which I doubt we'll ever have to worry about. Well, we'll see. If the first wave, the first disturbance, comes toward the United States, you can see it's still 10 to 12 days away. So much can happen between now and then, all right? So right now, again, if you just kind of look at this, you're like, well, where is it? Is there a center? It actually looks a little worse than yesterday. You've got the monsoon trough, which is this convergent area that comes off in the west of Africa. And you can see here where we've got at least analysis of a low pressure, but this doesn't look good at all right now. There's nothing that indicates it's developing at the present time. So where's it going to go? It's got to go west. High pressure ridge to the north. We call this the Azores high or the subtropical high, the Bermuda high. All this takes it west this time of the year. This is why all the ships went, westward when they sailed from Spain and made their way toward the United States. Some of them got trapped in hurricanes, unfortunately, because they didn't have what we have today. But here you see the European developing this, all right? And then here's a week from today, still east of the islands. So it's not really fast moving. The GFS yesterday was stronger and farther to the north. It's still to the north today, but it's weaker, which I find interesting. All right, let's take the European on. It actually does impact the islands. All right, so there's that possibility. And then what happens with the steering over the United States? Will we have a trough ridge combination? Will we have a ridge that steers this thing farther to the west? I still think all that's yet to be determined. But as we look at the next 2 weeks, the probabilities start to come up, especially in the Atlantic. And the reason for that is because we get into more of a rising phase of what we call the MJO. All right, that's the overall breadth, if you will, of the basin. So we'll see as we get toward the end of the month.
When you look at the satellite, I mean, we have that eye wall. You can see the eye very clear. But you're right. We have to keep a close eye on Lorena right behind it for those U.S. impacts.
Yeah, two systems, EPac, right, but taking a vastly different route. And when you look at them, one's a hurricane, one's a major hurricane, and that changes what is the ripple effect for Hawaii, because as you and I were talking about yesterday, it's going to enter into cooler water. But cooler water can slow down, a Category 2 storm.
Yeah.
More so than it can a Category 4 that's got some momentum.
And I was going to say, it's all about that real estate, too, because it's going to continue in the warm water at least through maybe the next 2 days or so, and then take that pivot off towards the north. So it's almost how quickly can it get to colder waters before it gets to Hawaii?
Yeah, I remember looking at this yesterday. It almost seemed like at this point, this thing was falling apart almost completely.
Yeah.
Now at this point, it's still a hurricane right on that threshold by Monday of next week. And yes, you're still outside of Hawaii, but with these broad systems, there's the potential that you could already be seeing some of the impacts. It could even be just the rough surf.
And we know that besides the rough surf, even a little bit of rain on an area like Hawaii could mean a big deal in the long end. So here's the cooler waters that it's moving into. Again, maybe by the mid-weekend, it starts to push into those cooler waters. But to your point, this is a pretty strong storm. Cat 4, we're only one more category away from top Cat 5.
And the small storm, what ends up happening with that is that it doesn't have as much I guess you would say atmospheric conditions that could tear it apart, that could weaken it. Usually when you see these small compacted systems, they almost outperform the models. And what we just saw transpired in the last 24, there was none of them that were going to be saying, hey, this is going to be a Category 4 storm with this type of structure, and why the ripple effect over this warm water will definitely play a big effect what happens downstream middle of next week for those areas like Hawaii.
That's right. So, I mean, we'll keep a close eye on Kiko. We're also watching this one very closely, too. Although it's a Category 1 storm comparative to Kiko, we know that that moisture already being felt well off towards the north will eventually find its way across the Four Corner states.
Yeah, so we're moving a little faster, too. You're looking at northwest at 15 miles per hour as we slow it down. Cabo San Lucas, this is Baja California, and you're looking at, some of the outer bands or the northern side of this
already
venting out, which is the transportation of that moisture. I mean, not too long ago, we were talking about this in our show meeting. We had this same narrative about Juliet. This one looks like a much healthier system than what we are seeing with Juliet.
This is a little confusing.
That Cabo San Lucas, Dylan? Are we seeing it?
No.
No. Okay. All right. I was like, Cabo San Lucas is looking good. It kind of looks like are we in Cabo San Lucas
right now? That's what it's giving.
No.
But no, you're right. But those outer bands already, several tropical storm warnings all the way up across parts of West Mexico.
Busy times out there. The Eastern Pacific has been busy, and the Atlantic trying to wake up a little bit more now.
Alex Wallace, we're going to start with Hurricane Kiko, because that really does have a chance to threaten Hawaii next week with some impactful weather as it continues to churn its way westbound over the Pacific, moving away from Mexico and Central America, but on a beeline toward, generally speaking, the Hawaiian Islands. And we need to watch it very carefully. It is a high-end Category 4 right now, and it is expected to weaken over time time for a bunch of well-founded reasons, Alex, but you can see that reflected in the cone's forecast.
Yeah, and I mean, you want to see that, right? Because as you look at the cone here, basically making a direct line towards the Hawaiian Islands. So you want to see this thing starting to weaken a bit more as it moves in that direction.
Yeah, and as I said, there's a few reasons why. One of them is the atmospheric component. It's going to be working against it, I think, and lead to that sort of diminishing intensity as it moves westward with very dry air, certainly nearby now, and it's only a matter of time before that dry air really does penetrate the core of the tropical cyclone and begin to erode some of those thunderstorms and lead to some downdrafts and reduce the secondary circulation in its interior. So that's all a good thing. We want that dry air inside of that tropical system to lend and start that weakening trend.
Indeed. As we look at that, the European model's depiction of this thing heading through the next several days takes the core of it, at least this one particular run, just north of the islands. But again, it's still way too close for comfort.
It is close for comfort. And as you said, exactly right. This is only one model run because you can run these simulations many, many times over and get some similar results. And little differences here, they don't always matter, but in this case they do, because a little difference could mean really a brush by Hawaii of a weakening tropical cyclone, thankfully, but otherwise maybe more of a direct impact that could be impactful, Alex.
Yeah, so definitely if you're in Hawaii, have interest in Hawaii, monitor this situation as we head through the next few days into next week. One of the better news here that we see is it will be moving, Dr. Postel, over some cooler waters.
Very good news there. That's the second component of the weakening trend that we think will be in full vigor over the course of the coming days. But, you know, when you put it into perspective, Alex, and you look at the history of hurricanes that have, you know, come close to, if nothing else, the Hawaiian Islands, there's only been a handful going back since the middle of the last century. And really one was the most memorable of all, and that would be Iniki in 1992.
And you said the path it took, right? It came up from the south and pushed its way northbound there. So yeah, that's not something that we see all that often here in Hawaii when it comes to hurricanes making their way towards the
And that's not going to be the case this time around. That's really important. That was the worst case scenario for the Hawaiian Islands. But now, real quick, Tropical Storm Lorena is now weakening very quickly over the cooler waters. And here's the most recent forecast from the Hurricane Center, not bringing it on shore, which is actually no surprise, really, Alex. But we're still going to bring impactful weather into the southwestern U.S. as shreds of it get moved into the region aloft. The surface circulation dissipates over the water.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing to point out, right, is that, yeah, we may not see the remnant circulation come in, but plenty of moisture is flowing on through. So we got to watch for rain and potential flooding in parts of the southwest.
And a new area to watch now in the EPac, but we want to focus on Kiko and 91L because I literally got a text this morning from my best friend in South Florida, said, what do I need to know about 91L? So I'm going to get you all in on what I told her. Huh?
It came from the GFS.
What?
Last night's run of the GFS.
The text.
That's exactly what happened.
All right, so here we go. This is Kiko, Cat 3, 125-mile-an-hour winds moving west. We're going to continue to see the winds go down as this approaches Hawaii and being a tropical storm when it goes over Hawaii or just to the north of it. As you can see, majority of those models are kind of shifting it a little bit to the north. Wave action comes in this weekend, and obviously it'll kick up as it gets closer to us Monday and Tuesday. Rainfall, the Euro having a little bit heavier for us with a little bit of a closer pass. The GFS not as heavy, but we really could use the rain here in Hawaii. I'm sorry if you're there on your honeymoon or for some conference and you're trying to enjoy all the nice weather Monday, Tuesday, because the locals are like, it is dry. We need the rain. Now to 91L. This thing not looking so great on satellite. It's basically just an area of convection. Right now, over the next 7 days, really only a 20 or 30% chance of this becoming a tropical storm. First, it would be a depression, doesn't get named. It would be Gabrielle. If it becomes a tropical storm, that's when they get named. That is now the 7th name on our list. One of the things it's going to contend with is this, a whole lot of dry air. So if this little batch of clouds goes right into that dry air, there's just no hope for it. It's got to get below it in order to survive. You can see some of these models have it just poof, dying out. With the latest run, you only have a couple models now. The GFS is the only thing that's been hot on this. High pressure to the north is going to be pushing this energy westbound, but is it able to hold together? That's the real question with this. And I'm going to show you, there's the energy associated with it. Look how it just falls. What? Nothing. Nothing.
So Jordan, but then there's the next one, which, by the way, this is when the MGO is going to maybe help give us a little extra lift in the area.
We have activity in the Atlantic and the Pacific as well. The broad view will show you there's an invest out towards the Atlantic. We're watching more on that momentarily, or we're watching off of Mexico. But then we have a hurricane, Hurricane Kiko, Cat 4, 140-mile-per-hour winds. But we're seeing the beginning of the end of this system as well. Look how we have a lot more activity in terms of convection on the south side versus the north side, which is good because it's feeling the shear and some drier air coming in from the north. So it's starting to weaken the storm from the inside out here. Now, the projected path is to keep it north of the islands, but look at the winds. It will slowly wind down this weekend and then becoming a tropical storm as it moves to the north of the Hawaiian Islands. So the northwestern islands are in closer to that center. But bottom line, as the system moves over the blue and green here, that's temperatures below 80 degrees, the water temperatures. It's a deeper part of the Pacific. It needs temperatures 80 or above, and it's about to run out of that type of real estate. So it will continue to weaken. No brakes. It's just taking the foot off the gas as it's coasting down here. And the shear will also help to kind of take this more towards the north, which will keep it hopefully off the islands, but also will help to kind of shear and push a lot of that weather a little farther south in line with Hawaii. So definitely we could see some decent rain here. Good news is the entire state in some form of drought. So we'll welcome the rain for sure. The heaviest rain a little farther offshore. But again, these things don't have brakes. They just take the foot off the gas. So it's already creating huge waves, and those swells, the surfers will be loving this. The casual beachgoer, danger on the east and north facing beaches here across all the Hawaiian island chains here. So keep an eye, stay to the lifeguarded beaches for sure. Meanwhile, we got to talk about Invest 91L because this thing looked good, but now not so much. 30% chance of developing, and that number has gone down dramatically. This is the model run back on Thursday morning. It said, oh yeah, we could see something develop. Just a good chance, maybe a 70, 80, 90% chance over 7 days. Then yesterday morning, we're like, well, it's a lot lower, maybe a 30% chance over 7 days. And today it's like, who this? New phone. I don't know who this is. There is no chance of this thing really developing. That's in terms of becoming an organized system. We're still going to have a swirl left over. So those swirls can eventually downstream still help spawn up something. So it's down, but it is not out. There's a lot of dry air that's going to kind of drain this system in the short term. In the long term, you're still going to have a low-level circulation there, and that could eventually help form something or perhaps kick off something else. Bottom line, as we head into Wednesday, the peak of the Atlantic hurricane season, we can easily see a lot more swirls form here, whether they head to the U.S. or Bermuda or the Lesser Antilles. There are still popping out here in our main development region. So this is the time of the year that anything could eventually form. As always, we're still watching that low closer to the Gulf here in Florida to potentially have some development. We still have about 2/3 of the season to go, so we're not quite done yet with it. And by the way, coming up, like I mentioned on Wednesday, September 10th, that is the peak of hurricane season. So we still have the second half to get through. And Lynette, sometimes that second half is even more active than the first half.
We're turning our attention here to the tropics, and particularly out towards Waikiki and the state of Hawaii. It always looks so nice there. I mean, just that watercolor, just gorgeous. See people in the pool, a little bit of a breeze. But the trouble is, a little offshore, a few hundred miles to the east there, we have a monster storm out there, a major hurricane that continues to make its way closer to the state of Hawaii. That is Hurricane Kiko out there. Category 3 hurricane. There's an area of interest back off towards the east as well. We'll talk about that here in just a second. But look at this buzzsaw. I mean, this thing looks really, really impressive. And it's right now a Category 3. It's actually attained Category 4 status a couple times. And I mean, I tell you what, just looking at that radar presentation, I would not be surprised if it does it again. Right now, though, latest 125 mile per hour wind, 951 millibars, and just an absolutely perfect eye out there. It almost looks unsettling, that eye, as it makes its way closer to Hawaii. Now, the good news is it looks like it won't make direct impact. It looks like it's going to go just to the north there of the Hawaiian Islands, but of course it will bring those impacts. And you can see their spaghetti models also in pretty darn good agreement about where this thing goes, and that should keep the tropical storm force winds, the chances of those to a minimum. But here's the thing, we're going to be looking at some big waves. And I know this could please the surfers out there. I'm not sure if hurricane-derived waves are any different than those swells that come across the entire ocean, but there could be some big waves out there, and that could mean some issues for the coastline, especially off the North Shore. Back towards the east, that next area we are watching, this is an area that could see some slow development in the long term. It is moving to the west there, about 10 to 15 miles per hour. And this now, just in here, hot off the presses, it says 20%. We haven't updated this yet, 0%. I tell you what, not that long ago, we were looking at a 90% chance of development. We were almost certain this thing was going to develop. But alas, it looks like it is not going to. And there was some, other folks out there, won't name names, that were already forecasting a hurricane and talking about the strength of it. And, well, I'll tell you what, the National Hurricane Center, you got to listen to them. They are the best in the business. And they never went ahead and did that designation because there is always that chance that this thing doesn't actually happen the way you think it is. Mother Nature does throw curveballs out there, so we're pretty much done with this now. And the models, doesn't really matter. They're not picking up on anything. Neither is our long-range American model here. And so we will have to wait another day to say hello to Gabrielle.
Welcome back into Weather Unfiltered. Hurricane Kiko in the eastern Pacific has been really the headliner tropically here within the last few days. And we look back at Kiko's major kick at Category 3 or higher. We were talking about this a lot into last week. 90-plus hours this storm spent at or above a Category 3, so at major hurricane status. And, of course, we've continued to watch Hawaii farther down the line. Now, as continued to be the expectation, storm will be weakening, will not make landfall there, but will pass well to the north of the Hawaiian Islands. It also weakened significantly. Category 1 hurricane currently 85-mile-per-hour winds, pressure 990 millibars. So as it worked through some of those colder waters, we've seen the wind speeds go down, and obviously we are not looking at the same storm we saw last week. Remember when we were looking at the perfect eye? This thing looked amazing on satellite. Now it's going to be moving to the north, but it's not without any issues for the Hawaiian Islands. As it's moved through those cooler ocean waters, yes, we have seen the weakening, but there's going to be enough going on that we see, especially on the east-facing beaches, some of those larger swells, so big waves and dangerous rip currents. So keep that in mind if you're at the Hawaiian Islands. Dip in the jet stream is what's going to be picking up the system today, and again, guiding this to the north. Upper-level winds will also shear it apart. So we're not going to be looking at, a major Hurricane Kiko as it moves off to the north.
Tropical storm Kiko weakening, now downgraded to a tropical storm. It makes its closest approach today to Hawaii. It is moving steadily to the northwest, west-northwest. That official movement is now 14 miles an hour, and it's wild the difference between what Kiko was yesterday and what Kiko is today. Winds are at 60 miles an hour, and while we are looking at possible impacts, this threat has dramatically dropped. I mean, look at the presentation on enhanced satellite, right? We've got a rip current risk. We also have rain, which could be around, but nothing that would be even what I would call out of the ordinary. Now, winds associated with Kiko have been stirring up the seas. So the Pacific, yeah, we've got some rougher surf, and that's why looking at even currently wave heights around Honolulu between 3 and 4 feet. So especially on the eastern shores of these islands, which is where Kiko is located, those eastern shores will have the roughest surf to contend with. In Hilo, where our Michael Estime has been, I know he's moving locations today. He's going to be live from Hawaii later this afternoon. Yeah, Hilo's still under that risk of maybe seeing some of those bigger waves up to 10 to 15 feet. That high surf warning is in effect. But the overall path of it, it's expected to weaken. Yeah. Weakening storm.
It's odd for so many reasons to go through a season. I just feel like we're getting used to being lucky. It's kind of getting comfortable to get lucky. Yeah. And the Pacific is a very large basin of water. So to get any sort of direct contact with Hawaii is difficult to do. And Hawaii getting lucky, maybe we'll get some enhanced rain showers from it. But yeah, the continued weakening despite some of the water being relatively warm as you go north and west.
Yeah, the overall cone, is showing warmer waters that Kiko is going to be moving into, so that weakening is going to be on the slower side. But overall, yeah, rain's still going to be moving through Hawaii for the next couple of days. We don't have flood alerts in effect. In fact, some areas have been dealing with a significant drought, so a little bit of improvement. But yeah, overall, not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be many people that don't even really realize that they have a decaying tropical storm moving off to their north. And then the next area to watch in the eastern Pacific. Kind of showing off with all these
80%
areas.
chance,
80% chance.
But that's the remnants right there of Kiko, and we've got Index 95E behind it. That could be Mario.
Perhaps.
We'll see.
We'll see. I mean, it is sitting in a pocket of really warm water, so we had an area to watch off the southwest coast of Mexico not too long ago.
Right.
And then that just kind of died.
Just fizzled. Look at the remnants. I'm going to show you. I'm going to zoom into this. Right now, we've got less than 40-mile-per-hour winds. If you look at that on the visible satellite imagery, you can see, like what Jane said, it's the bones of the old storm. There is the old circulation. It's moving away pretty quickly at this point, but yeah, I mean, listen, it's not totally dead. It's still an entity.
Yeah, I mean, there's no really robust thunderstorm development when you look at the enhanced satellite, right? I mean, we're looking at relatively warm cloud tops, so you're looking at a storm that's probably like this.
Yeah, it's so small.
It's not like this.
It's not going through the entire profile of the troposphere by any
but
stretch.
It's cool to see the circulation.
It is. It's cool. Yeah, the leftover remnants of it. And that's why it's the remnants as it moves away. And you can see where we're watching. 30-mile-per-hour winds, okay, but as it continues to pull on in, even the water temperatures aren't going to be that cool enough to maybe sustain it, they're saying this morning, but it just can't get over the wind.
Yeah, I mean, the westerlies at this point, definitely
crushing it.
Crushing it. And then you had that trough that was building north, so a lot of wind shear.
Well, Molly, that pesky stalled front that's been keeping Florida's rainy season a little bit amped up, it's still there. And in order to get that pattern to take some sort of detour and get this front out of here, we might also see a pattern over the eastern U.S. and the Atlantic that causes tropical development to have a resurgence. For now, the front is in place and quiet conditions over the Atlantic basin are in place. But about a week from now, I don't think we're going to have a front in or near Florida. And about a week from now, this system could be developing over the central tropical Atlantic. Maybe. But for the meantime, the Pacific continues to have a flurry of storms. We're about to have our fourth storm in this current flurry with upper-level high pressure, a lot of thunderstorms and instability on the Pacific side, upper-level lows littering the Atlantic basin, more stability, more wind shear for now. And you can see how this next system is really getting its act together just off the coast of southeastern Mexico. Not surprising, the Hurricane Center is giving this high chances of development in the next 2 days, almost a certainty over the next week, as the colors show you the low-level spin getting close to the coast of Mexico, maybe around Zihuatanejo and Manzanillo, but then it looks like it will go farther offshore. Meanwhile, troughing remains in the east this weekend. The front maybe even comes through Florida. This system probably stays away from Cabo San Lucas, but then we still have troughing in the east. So that pattern, at least for the next several days, not changing a whole lot. That means wind and rain impacts for Mexico, depending on the exact track of the system. But after that fourth system in the EPac flurry, maybe the EPac will start to quiet down and the Atlantic will start to ramp up. But the tropical wave that could lead to that development area into next week hasn't quite left the west coast of Africa yet. We've got a tropical wave out here and another one ahead of that, but those aren't going to develop because of the stability and the wind shear. But this next wave, when it comes off in a couple of days, by the end of the week, then as it moves westward, the Euro, like yesterday, continues to show chance of development. And instead of upper level low in the middle of the Atlantic, by a week and a half from now, upper level high pressure over the Atlantic and no more front over Florida. So we are going to break down what are the specific signs in the models that the second half of September could be very busy.
We now have what will likely become the next named storm in the Pacific. Bain's back looking at Tropical Depression 13E. Here we go.
Yes, it did it. It became that strength and became 13E within the past hour or so. So now we're keeping a very close eye on this. As of right now, this is the track that it's forecasted to be taking just off the coast of Mexico. At this point, with that cone not making direct impacts, but definitely want to be watching out for some of those that tropical moisture, that tropical rain, going to be impacting the coast of Mexico in the coming days. So looking at this system right now, looks pretty healthy. We do have a little bit of that circulation going, but looking into the next couple of days, forecast-wise, by the end of Friday, possibly becoming a tropical storm, and that's when we'll get that name system, Mario, if it becomes a tropical storm. And then heading into the end of Sunday and into Monday, could become a Category 1 hurricane, at least forecasted to be at this point. But notice this, by the time it gets into Tuesday, already dying out pretty quickly, and that's because the waters over there up towards the north, a lot cooler, so it doesn't have as much fuel as it does right now when it's starting out. It has a lot warmer water to work with. But looking into the future radar and our winds here, you can see this system developing in a little bit more of that spin as well. But like I mentioned before, a lot of rain is going to be possible into the coast of Mexico on the western side. And we'll be watching for those tropical downpours. Could be intense rain rates with this system. At this point, again, looking to stay off the coast, which is good news. But we'll be watching to see when it becomes that tropical storm Mario, looking to be sometime tomorrow, at least forecasted to be. So we'll continue to watch this as it starts to get stronger and stronger throughout the Pacific over the coming days here.
It is relatively quiet in the Atlantic basin. We have one area that we're watching, the East Pacific. That's a completely different story. We're not complaining about how quiet it has been here at the peak of the season, but you might be asking, okay, well, why is it so quiet? There's a couple of reasons, a couple factors here in play. One being this persistent pattern we've had over the eastern half of the United States, where we've got the jet stream that's diving way to the south. We've had these stationary boundaries, one after the next, that have been sitting across Florida and the East Coast. We also have this strong area of high pressure that's leading to some more wind shear, and that is hostile for tropical development. But also up and around the flow of this high pressure, it's been pushing some drier air to the south and to the west. That's right where these waves emerge off the coast of Africa and try to develop into something more organized tropical-wise, and we just haven't seen that. Again, not complaining, but if you've been wondering why, it's just a couple of reasons. Dust is also a smaller factor here, too. We do have one area that we're watching. In the short term, we're not going to see a lot of development. Over the next week or so, that's when we might see something a little more organized. Meanwhile, in the East Pacific, wow, we have the remnants of Mario, but we also have two additional areas that we're watching. It's been incredibly active in the East Pacific. This is our area in the Atlantic. Over the next 2 days, 0% chance of development as it's sitting in a more hostile environment right now. But as this moves to the west, there's a small pocket where we will see lower wind shear. We'll see in the environment that becomes slightly more conducive for tropical development. And we also see the breakdown of some of the pattern I just discussed. It's been contributing to the quieter part of the season so far. So do we start to see some more tropical development down the line? This is the European model. The chances of a tropical storm, what you see in yellow and those orange colors, those chances get higher the farther we go forward in time and the closer that this area potentially could get to the Lesser Antilles or parts of the Caribbean islands. Let's look at some of the model output. Of course, we're looking way down the line now, so take this with a grain of salt. But this is the European model, where you see something slightly more organized and developed near the Lesser Antilles. But the American model has a different story that it wants to tell, and that is something that is not quite as organized. Similar placement farther to the east here, but as we go forward in time, of course, you're going to see a bigger divergence in the models. That's very typical as you go out in time, where the European model still wants to keep something more organized, still off land, right? That's good news. And the American model has this way farther to the east and not quite as developed. So Lynette, good news is we've got plenty of time. You can see that this is September 24th to watch this.
Welcome back, everyone. And here we stand truly in the heart of hurricane season. And for a lot of us, we've enjoyed this really nice break we've had the last few weeks. We haven't had a named storm since Fernand. You take a look at the storms that we have had so far this year, and really only one that had direct effect on the United States was Chantal, but very, very manageable up to this point. Really just the one hurricane, which was Aaron. So if you take a look at where we are this year compared to seasons past, the numbers have actually been relatively low. If you take a look at the previous 5 seasons, the average number of storms we've had up to this date in time, September 16th, has been 12. A healthy number of named storms. Go back to 2020. To this point in time in the hurricane season, we had already had 20 named storms. And then in 2021, 14. 2022 was a down year with 6. Then we went right back up again with 14 in 2023. And you see how the numbers have come down. But you remember last year, we had 7 named storms to this date. And then we had a flurry of activity late in the season. Could that be what happens for us here with just 6 so far this season? We often know, though, that the season really ramps up in mid to late September and then through October. And if you look at the timeline here, about 46% of activity from this point going forward happens climatologically. Yes, we're on the downturn here, but ultimately there's still a lot of season left to go, guys.
All right, let's look at what's happening right now in the tropics. We've got Tropical Depression Mario falling apart, Invest 94E in the eastern Pacific. But in the Atlantic, as Dr. Nab has been expecting, things starting to perk up. We have Invest 92L and a new area to watch coming off the coast of Africa. When we look at the model development, these look to do something here. Not necessarily make U.S. landfalls, although we'll be watching it, but things are turning more active, guys, for the Atlantic.
All right, Alex, thank you very much for that. So let's talk about what history teaches us here, Dr. Nab. Yes, a historic lull that we're seeing right now, but and we've talked about this last couple of days. Beware, things could snap back in a real hurry.
Yeah, and last year is such a good example of how it's not all about the number of named storms. It is about which of those become hurricanes and majors. And again, the second half of the season last year, September, October, November, all 4 major hurricanes happened after this date. Last year at this time, like you showed, we had 7 storms. Gordon was finishing up about now, but it took another week before Helene even formed. And then that was the first of 4 major
We were off to the
hurricanes.
races after that, right?
Yeah, so we've seen, again, we talked about this last night, how we've had more major hurricanes after today in the last 10 years than we've had before today. 22 majors after today, 15 majors before today. So again, the seasons, at least in the last decade, have been getting more and more late loaded. And I think this is the beginning of what could be a very busy period.
If someone's watching at home right now, they live in a hurricane vulnerable location, and they hear you say, this is when the big ones happen, what would your recommendation be to them? What should they be doing right now?
Do all the things that you maybe didn't do before the season started. And it starts with finding out if you live in an evacuation zone and having a plan for where you would shelter during a storm, whether you're vulnerable to wind, water, or both. And then getting that insurance checkup, because we don't want a weather disaster in the second half of the hurricane season to end up being a financial disaster. And like we've seen in Virginia today, got to have flood insurance.
That means you have to go to FEMA's designated site to get flood insurance separate from what your normal homeowner's policy covers.
And a lot of you can get it through your agent as well. So visit your agent, at least have that insurance checkup, because even with 92L, we don't know for sure that it's going to miss. But Mike, I'm even a little bit more concerned about what the next couple of waves could do. You think, oh, it's just a 20% wave, it's way out there. But 92L has a decent chance of recurving because it's forming so far to the east and all that troughing. But these next 2 waves, like Helene and Milton, could they end up leading to development farther west because they stay weaker longer? That is one of the concerns I have as we head to late September into early October.
You don't see any inhibiting factors like sea surface temperatures or anything like that. That stays warm all the way to the Gulf of Mexico, right?
Yeah, there is no lack of fuel, and the later we go into September and October, the more unstable the atmosphere is going to get, and that is why late September and October have been so busy in recent years, and the Climate Prediction Center is talking about how both close to home and out in the main development region, both areas could stay busy well into October. This is kind of a new normal, Mike. October, the East Atlantic stays busy.
And especially when something could form close to home, it's time to pay attention very closely. Dr. Nab, great stuff. We're back right after this.
So this is the area that he was talking about. here's 96E, which is going to become our next named storm in the west. But the Atlantic here all of a sudden has a new tropical depression. It's been 3 weeks since we had a named storm through here. It's been just absolutely quiet for a multitude of reasons, actually. But TD7 is not our best looking effort to come out of it, just to be honest with you, okay? I mean, you can see the shear up and through here, which is about 50 knots, okay? The closer you get toward the center, it's much lighter shear. It's about 10 knots. So there's a pretty good shear gradient going on with this. But with this upper low that we talked about yesterday, it has brought down drier air, all right? Visible, if you take a look at this thing and you kind of analyze it, the low I still think is quite elongated, frankly. Looks a lot like this, like a trough. And of course, when you analyze tropical waves, the kink is upside down, so that's where it is. But this is what it is. It just doesn't look like much, and I don't think it's going to be still for a while. There's that big shear thing that I was just talking about. Notice how much lighter it is the farther south we get toward the actual depression, which is sitting at roughly under 14. And look at that big trough that was here yesterday. Look at the dry air that's in its wake. All right, so it's got to move through all that. And this is it. This is mid-level dry air. So this is 500 millibars. And certainly thunderstorms in the tropics get up to 20,000 feet. All right, so we'll see. We'll see. 45, 50, 65. It's got to get through all of this. And then I think, the real game is going to be played here as we get into the weekend. Then we'll have an atmosphere that'll be, I think, conducive for this thing to really blow. All the models, again, kind of bring it through there. One of the things that you typically look at in early September versus late September, and this is, the average going back to 1991, what the subtropical ridge looks like, the Azores High. No wonder why systems go from west to east, right? And they typically do anyway. We always have this high present. But once we get toward the end of the month, it starts to weaken a little bit. So there tends to be a lot more weakness for turning storms the later we go in the month, plus the mid-latitude troughs come down and start interfering. So we'll see how this year goes. I'm going to remind you, too, that Sandy came up from the deep tropics and then took a left turn into New Jersey. So, it's not one size fits all when you come to this. Here's the position of the high today. It's obviously going to steer this west, but it's also going to be moving as we go on in time, so it'll find its way around that. This next system doesn't look like much right now coming off Africa. Speaking of dry, stable air, look at that. Holy smoke. And that's what it's moving into. So there's the wave right there. That's what it's moving into. And we still got a long, long time to watch this one if it ever makes it through the environment.
Well, as of 11 o'clock this morning, we have now Tropical Storm Gabrielle. Gabrielle is a very large but very disorganized looking storm, moving really quickly at about 22 miles per hour. The reason for its appearance is because it's battling a lot of wind shear, so that's why it's just going to stay at this tropical storm status for the coming days. As we get into the later end of this upcoming weekend and even into next week, when it starts to lose a bit of that wind shear, could likely develop and become a hurricane. But as of right now, we're looking at that wobbly tropical storm Gabrielle. Wind speeds about 45 miles per hour and does look to remain well east of the Leeward and Windward Islands, but it does have high interest in the island of Bermuda. Spaghetti plot models here still in agreement that that system looks to swing northward, and actually now the GFS coming into agreement with that system also moving northward. So that is the 11 o'clock update about Tropical Storm Gabrielle.
Dry spell is over in the Atlantic.
And hurricane specialist and storm surge expert Michael Ari here now with the latest on newly formed Tropical Storm Gabrielle. Michael.
Hey, Calvin, 20 days. That's how long it's been since we've had any system to speak of across the Atlantic. Update here. Here we go. I'll get there at some point here. Tropical Storm Gabrielle. Latest information from the National Hurricane Center. Just getting in as of 5 o'clock. Winds are up a tick at 50 miles per hour. This, though, when you look at it on the satellite picture, is not at all a conventional look for a tropical storm. This one is still very disorganized. We'll talk about that in a second. Also, look at the track, how it's jumping all over the place, moving directly north. It's not actually moving north. It's actually kind of reforming because it's so disorganized right now. The forecast from the Hurricane Center taking this off toward the northwest. Notice not toward the United States, but Bermuda in the crosshairs of this one as potentially the next hurricane. We've had one hurricane so far that happened to be a Category 5 hurricane, Aaron, back at the end of August. Here's the satellite picture. You can see where the center is, the very ill-defined center, very elongated, not in terms of a circular pattern to the cloud jet, and the thunderstorms still away from where that circulation center is right now. We have dry air at the mid-levels. We have a lot of wind shear, so some impediments, some roadblocks and speed bumps for this one over the next few days. But notice as we get into the weekend, the wind shear begins to lessen. This one will begin to strengthen. Either way, though, this one is moving away from us and not a concern. And those waves to the east of it, not a worry for us at this point. Back to you.
First alert weather on NBC6, South Florida's most accurate. Here's meteorologist Larissa Abreu.
I was hoping for the 5 o'clock update, but coming up at 5, Ryan Phillips will have fresh information on Tropical Storm Gabrielle, which, by the way, continues to run into a hostile environment, which is why it hasn't really intensified any further. Take a look at the winds at its center, coming in at 50 miles an hour, still moving west-northwest at 15 miles an hour. But there's lots of wind shear here. There's also stable and dry air, really inhibiting this from continuing its intensification. That's not to say that as we approach the weekend, it's still scheduled to intensify as it moves into a better environment, more conducive for intensifying. The good news is that as of now, the thinking is this storm will still remain east of Bermuda and as a low-end Category 1 storm before curling right back out towards sea. So not looking like it's going to impact any land. Again, we're going to have a fresh update for you coming up on the news at 5 o'clock.
The overall view of the tropical Atlantic, and you can see that we've got it out there in the middle of the ocean for now, not anywhere near land, thankfully. This is the story that we're going to start with first. If we have time, we'll get to the area to watch, but it's Gabrielle that really is warranting our attention for no other reason than it looks like it's getting stronger. Yeah, and you can see that right in there. Now, it's not clear if the convective heating, the thunderstorms actually are right over where the center of circulation is. Some of the cloud pattern has expanded westward. The cirrus canopy has moved out potentially over where the area of spin at lower altitudes is, which looks like it may be tucked underneath it right about there. But it's getting close. And this is a sign that it is trying to strengthen, because when you have that heating, the thunderstorms, that's what they do. They heat the middle altitudes and even above that a little bit. When you have that heating over that area of low pressure, the pressures fall, the winds get stronger, you get more heating from development of thunderstorms to the strengthening low pressure, and it's a feedback mechanism that gets going. Now, it relies a lot on the extraction of heat from the ocean surface, so it's complicated as well by lots of other factors. But the fact that we've got now thunderstorms over that low-level spin is a sign that this thing is getting its act together. And again, it's the durability of the storms that matter. If those thunderstorms fall apart in 3 hours, then it's another story. The work that they did, not so effective. Those thunderstorms really didn't do much. But if they're in basically there 6 to 12 hours or longer, then you know that we are on that trend of strengthening. And it could happen pretty quickly. Now, the Hurricane Center's forecast acknowledged the potential to strengthen, but getting it, the timing of the intensification, getting the rate of intensification, very, very complicated, and is a little bit out of the reach, I think, of the kind of accuracy that we would all want, right? But that's the way the state of the science. And here we're going. We're seeing this thing move generally in that direction. And we think it is going to be far enough east of Bermuda such as to limit significant weather impacts, if that verifies. But that was the Hurricane Center's earlier forecast. They might shift it a little west next time around to line it up with more of the ensemble mean of a lot of the guidance here that we're looking at. Still bringing it well to the east of Bermuda and still likely, limiting significant weather impacts. But the closer it gets to Bermuda, the more likely we'll at least get something out of it. So something to watch if you have interest there.
As it passes east of Bermuda. So there's been some good progress in the overall forecasting of this system. 60-mile-an-hour winds as of our 11 o'clock advisory, moving up to the northwest at 13 miles an hour. Let's get a closer look at Gabrielle with satellite imagery. So you can see that circulation. We do have a decent amount of thunderstorm action around the core, but it's still being influenced by this upper level low parked off to the west. And so that's providing at least some shear in the environment. It's not a ton, and it's not enough to kind of knock down the intensity of this system. We are fending off the dust. That was a bigger problem earlier this week. Now, the thing is, now that we've moved into an environment with lower wind shear and certainly warmer waters, the more thunderstorm development that we can get going around Gabrielle, it's almost as if it's providing that moistening of the environment, that bubble and shield to fend away this dust from encroaching in a bit closer. So Gabrielle protecting itself from that dry and dusty air for now. Here's that lower wind sheared environment I'm talking about. And by the way, here's that upper level low. There it is. Note the stronger shear. Now, the thing is with this system, we have some stronger winds working in on the west side, a little pocket of stronger winds on the northeast, but the overall movement of Gabrielle, it shouldn't do enough to kind of disrupt it. So everything's kind of moving in this direction to begin with. And so that's going to help keep Gabrielle sheltered away from perhaps a more hostile environment in the near term.
A little bit earlier on in the day, Sunday, and of course they found strong enough winds. 75-mile-per-hour wind, so it's about as low grade of a hurricane as you can get, but it is going to strengthen as it moves up toward the north. The thing is, there's actually some really warm water that it's about to move over. So you may remember this. It was a couple of days ago. It was a big controversy kind of when the Hurricane Center called this a tropical storm when it was a little farther off toward the southeast. Either way, you know, we could sit there and argue about that all day, but it doesn't matter. We knew the forecast was for it to become a tropical cyclone. It became a tropical storm. And then, of course, it has progressed into its hurricane stage now. So Hurricane Gabrielle, again, 75-mile-per-hour winds. It's moving toward the north-northwest. So the big story with this was always what is going to happen with Bermuda. And luckily, the latest trends are really looking like they're a lot of the models are taking the storm pretty well east of Bermuda. But a well put together circulation now. You got a lot of thunderstorms around the middle of it. You can see that pretty well on the infrared satellite. A little bit on the raggedy side, kind of on the southeast side of the storm. Not quite as symmetrical as a really well put together hurricane. We're going to show you one of those actually in just a minute. There's one going on in the West Pacific, just an absolute monster. They call it Typhoon over there. It's a super typhoon, actually, so hang on for that one. That's coming up in just a couple of minutes, but I do want to give Gabrielle its due. Visible satellite imagery does tend to tell the story a little bit better. Of course, the sun has gone down way out there in the Atlantic, so this is from just a little bit earlier. But what you can see is thunderstorms wrapping around a center. This is what I always talk about, what we're looking for when a storm is in a strengthening phase or whether it's a tropical cyclone or not. And even though, you know, it doesn't look all that great on the southeast side of it, we do have some pretty solid thunderstorms in there. Now, to give you perspective, where's Bermuda here? All right, Bermuda is this tiny little island right here. And they've been through it before with hurricanes. They've had direct hits. You know, it happens from time to time, not terribly often, but it's such a small island that it's so hard to get the exact center of one of these storms to actually get there and make landfall. The other thing with Bermuda is that they're super well prepared for tropical systems compared to other places. They have really done a nice job with preparation for that. So the environment here with Gabrielle, as we zoom on out, so that's the story with Gabrielle. Let's move on to that monster storm in the West Pacific that I was talking about. I'm talking about Super Typhoon Regasa. Yeah, there's been a buzz about this one on social media. Barreling into the northern part of the Philippines. It looks like Luzon Island is going to avoid a direct hit from this one, but you got some islands here that are just north of Luzon. They're called the Babuyan Islands. You got a couple storm chasers that are out there, and it's going to be interesting watching their Twitter feeds over the next couple of days because honestly, I'm a little bit worried. I mean, this is a monster of a super typhoon. Now, I don't want this to get too confusing. Hurricane and typhoon, it's literally the exact same thing. It's the same storm. It's just that they call it something different in the West Pacific. They got the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, the JTWC, and they're the ones that handle that over there. So look at the size of this thing and just how far from the center the thunderstorms extend. The thing that I really wanted to point out here
is I think this is probably the best example of just a textbook eye wall replacement cycle that I've ever seen. You'll hear us throw that around sometimes. Hey, this storm, it looks like it's going through an eye wall replacement right now. Well, if you never knew what that meant, pay attention to this, because this is the best example of it that you'll ever see. So a storm will have an eye, right? Everybody knows what that is. There's your eye wall. And then sometimes it will actually replace itself. So what you'll see is this outer eye wall develop. So something like this right here. So you start to see kind of a wider eye-like feature develop, but you've still got your inner eye wall that's intact. But watch what happens to the two of these. The inner eye wall here is going to kind of die down, fade away. And then this one on the outside, the outer eye wall here, is going to take over as the main eye. What makes this so unique is usually during the eye wall replacement cycle, for at least several hours, the storm kind of looks a little raggedy, right? Or the eye doesn't look all that symmetrical. With this one, it comes out almost perfectly symmetrical. I mean, for maybe an hour or two, it didn't look all that great. But what happens is the wind field also expands when you go through an eye wall replacement cycle. You notice the size of the eye also much larger than the initial one. So let me just go through this really, really slowly for you, and I'll actually zoom in a little bit more. So here it is. About halfway through the eye wall replacement cycle, you can see the inner eye wall starts to die down, and then this one is going to take over as the main eye. Watch this. Isn't that something else to actually see that happen in real time? And again, this is over the last several hours that this happened. Then it looks a little raggedy for a little bit, and now it's almost perfectly symmetrical now. So, man, that is absolutely spectacular. But again, the Boboyan Islands here north of Luzon, there are close to 20,000 people that live there. So this is going to be a very, very big deal, I would say. By the way, let me show you the cone on this, and I'm going to show you another storm that's just northeast of here. The West Pacific can produce some absolutely monster storms, and they certainly have over the years. But look at this. It gets out into the South China Sea, and then it's going to be a problem for Hong Kong, parts of China, Southeast Asia, etc. So we'll keep you updated with the impacts from that. Let's go to the wide view here, because there's actually another really strong typhoon, not as strong as Regasa. This one is called Niguri. Okay, so this is what it looks like a little bit closer up. Again, not quite as well put together, but it's another very powerful storm. I mean, it's tough to compare one to Regasa, which is the one that we just looked at. By the way, you may have noticed, I'm going to go back down to Regasa here for a second. So back to the first storm that I was talking about. You may have noticed that on the banner here, I intentionally put in Nando. So again, the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, they put out the name Regasa, and then the Philippines themselves, they actually will take their own name, or they'll make their own name for the storm. And I figured it was important to put that on there, Nando, because of the fact that the storm is literally hitting the Philippines. All right, back to the mainland U.S. we go. Let's talk about severe weather.
And this week marks the year anniversary of Hurricane Helene, one of the most tragic storms we saw last year, along with Milton. And it was the deadliest storm in the continental U.S. since Katrina. And I think Helene's going to be remembered, obviously, where it made landfall here in Florida, but how devastating it was across Georgia, acting like a buzzsaw, tearing down trees, oak trees from Valdosta right on into Augusta. The amount of tree loss was unbelievable. And then, of course, the unbelievable and historic flooding we had, especially across western North Carolina and upstate portions of South Carolina. A few stats here: 95 deaths by inland flooding. And I think how far reaching inland, I mean, we're talking hundreds of miles away from the coast, how devastating Hurricane Helene particularly was.
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely horrific in North Carolina with the thousands of landslides that we had there. Well, let's take you out into the Atlantic. We have Hurricane Gabrielle, and we actually have two areas that we are going to be watching for us. First, we'll start with Gabrielle. Right now, it is a Category 1 at 90 miles an hour, our second hurricane of the season. And this one will be, thankfully, taking a turn. It's going to take a sharp right-hand turn. And notice it does look like the environment will be conducive for development of the system, getting up to 120-mile-an-hour winds. But as it races off to the east, thanks to a west-southwesterly flow, it's going to go into an environment with some drier air and shear, and we will quickly see those numbers come down with this system. It looks like it'll go through the Azores there. Now, it still is propagating waves all the way to the East Coast. Up and down the East Coast, we do have that rip current risk. So even if you're seeing a nice day where you are, it still could be quite dangerous inside the water. Two areas that we're watching for development. This one has a 60% chance of development, and then our other one has a 30% chance of development. So let's look at these two systems. There's Gabrielle. That's the 30% chance of development. That's the 60% chance of development. As we take it over time, that first one has a hard time getting its act together. There's the second one, has a better chance, looks much better on the Euro. There's the first one, just bringing some clouds and rain. But again, the second one that does look like it has a good chance of developing looks like it will be staying out in the ocean. And this one, we'll see what comes of it. Now, of course, the GFS has been GFSing, I feel like, all season. There's your first system. There's your second system. And the GFS actually has this first system becoming more potent than the second. But I'll tell you what, the GFS just has not been performing well. So we lean towards what's happening with the Euro. Humberto, Imelda, those are the next two names on the list. Things have been quiet, and I got to say, with the exception of those two systems, there is not much else brewing. But what is brewing? This beast. I mean, you're getting up to about as strong of a hurricane or typhoon as this is that we can get. Of course, equivalent to a Category 5 here as it made its way through the Philippines. And as it goes west, thankfully, it does lose steam when it does come ashore here just south of Hong Kong. Category 2 hurricane, or typhoon, I should say, which is still obviously very dangerous.
Well, mesmerizing satellite imagery of the strongest storm on the planet, at least so far this year. This super typhoon Regasa. This is battering the islands here in the Philippines as we speak. Now, this storm is packing sustained winds of more than 165 miles per hour, which would make it a Category 5 hurricane in our Saffir-Simpson scale. 10 million people in its path as it passed north of the islands and heads towards Hong Kong, Taiwan, and mainland China. Well, where we are standing right now, well, we still have a ways to go when it comes to the Atlantic season here. About 38% of the activity here remains. We passed the peak, but we no doubt can get quite a bit as we work our way through September into October. And of course, the season doesn't end until November, the end of November. All right, let's bring in Dr. Postel to focus in on what's going on out there. And we've got a couple of entities, Dr. Postel, we got to be watching.
Yeah, we do. Thankfully, nothing like the Westpac, where we are aglow with that tropical, that super typhoon, really. It's a little bit weaker than it was 24 hours ago, but still a big international story. But on the Atlantic side of things, thankfully, not nearly as quiet. However, we have a hurricane. That is Gabrielle moving away from the East Coast. It is now beginning to turn east of due north. And that means good news for Bermuda, because Bermuda would want no part right now of Hurricane Gabrielle. I'll show you why in just a second. But we also have a couple of areas to watch out of here that could get a little interesting for us, I would say maybe in the next even 3 to 5 days. But let's look at Gabrielle first. This is a very strong hurricane. It strengthened really quickly just over the last 24 hours or so. And you can see already moving, well, on the satellite pictures, it looks like it's moving east of due north. And we'll see if indeed that is the case. But if it's not doing it now, it will be soon, kind of getting on its way in roughly that direction. So again, we are so far away from the East Coast, there are no weather impacts. And in fact, this wonderful little island of Bermuda, also seeing very few weather impacts. For sure, there's some big waves lumbering around this ferocious tropical storm, which, well, is a major hurricane right now and could get even stronger. The winds in Hamilton, Bermuda right now are 13 miles per hour out of the northeast. We are about 180 miles away from where the center is. All the bad weather is concentrated right near the middle, surrounding that little donut region. And this is the expected track of Gabrielle, so not going to come any closer, we don't think, to Bermuda off the hook, which is excellent news, because at 120 miles per hour, probably getting even stronger than that over the next, day or so. We could even see it get up to a Category 4 hurricane. That is something to watch very carefully, but thankfully moving over the distant Atlantic. But let's go to those other areas to watch, because there they are. You can see them, two X's out there, each with their own chance of development. Now, this has a higher chance in red, and the orange has a slightly less chance, but they're both kind of moving toward the west, which means if you have interest, let's say in the Bahamas, the Turks and Caicos, just keep an eye on the forecast and the updates, because right now, although the chances maybe aren't particularly high that will have a significant impact with a tropical cyclone, we've seen it happen otherwise before.
Couple of tropical waves to discuss, and also Hurricane Gabrielle, which has gotten stronger as we bring in our hurricane specialist and storm surge expert, Michael Lowry. Michael, Gabrielle now has maximum sustained winds of 140 miles per hour.
An impressive hurricane, Betty, for sure. And it's starting to feel finally like September. This has been an unusually slow hurricane season. This is only the second hurricane that we've had this year, Betty, but the second major hurricane, Category 4 hurricane, the first one we had was a Category 5 hurricane. It's kind of feast or famine this season. This is the 5 o'clock advisory just in from the National Hurricane Center. Those winds up to 140 miles per hour. This was one that was barely hanging on latter part of next week and then reorganized very quickly over the weekend. The good thing for Bermuda is that the tropical storm conditions indicated by the yellow area well to their east. This one's going to pass to their east. The window for it to strengthen any further is quickly closing, so we think it's going to sort of maintain its strength over the next 12, 24 hours and then gradually weaken as it's whisked off toward Europe. Let's talk about these two disturbances that we will be following this week very closely. You see a high chance of development with a wave in the eastern Atlantic, a modest chance of development, a medium chance of development with that system to the west. We're going to talk more about that system to the west because you can see that the wave number one, as we're calling it, is headed toward the Bahamas and in our direction, generally in our direction. But the computer models right now, Nicole and Calvin, keeping this weak. So that's the good thing. But we don't like to see systems get in our neighborhood, especially in September. The conditions will be becoming a little more favorable as it gets to the western Atlantic. Now, this is on Friday. So this is latter part of the week into the weekend. We have a dip in the jet stream that, of course, is bringing us all of this, plaguing us with all of this wet weather. That is going to turn this. It's a matter of where it gets and how strong it is and where it turns. So something we're going to keep an eye on here over the coming days. We'll, of course, keep you updated.
Ramping up activity in the tropics. Thanks a lot there, Mike.
Always tracking, always alerting. This is Next Weather. Hi, everybody. I'm Chief Meteorologist and Hurricane Specialist Gabrielle. Let's start at the tropics here. We got a lot to talk about with Gabrielle, a Category 4 storm, as we've been showing you here. Just an incredible presentation on the satellite here. You see that eye just not buckling with 140 mile an hour winds. There is Bermuda there safely to the west of this powerful hurricane. Now the second hurricane of the season, and the second hurricane of the season ends up being another major hurricane, 220 miles. That's where the eye is away from Bermuda. So safely away. They're going to get some big waves the next few days, but no direct impacts as the storm then begins to weaken some, right, as it heads up to the North Atlantic, and at that point just continuing to pull away from land masses here. We have two tropical waves to talk about. I think the one further east, you see the red X there, that has an 80% chance of developing. It will likely follow in the similar footsteps as Gabrielle. I think that will be Humberto, and in fact it'll be a hurricane as well. But the feature that moves towards the west that approaches Florida is this one here. That's another tropical wave that has a 50% chance of development. I'm not too worried about it because of the steering currents that are going to start pulling first the hurricane up to the north. That would be Humberto, and then this little feature here. I'll show you that in another perspective. But there go the two. That's the European model showing, again, a more developed entity here in what will be, I think, a hurricane headed up to the north. But then this feature here, we don't like to see that. But I think this will be a sheared apart system. I'm showing you the upper level winds that can interfere with these, tropical cyclone circulations. You got one here, so there is about to become a hurricane. Watch the clock there on Saturday heading into Sunday. We won't worry about that either. Low wind shear, that has a better chance of becoming a strong storm. Look at what happens here. We've got these winds that are going to dive down towards southern Florida, and this is going to push anything that comes in our direction, whatever state it's in, likely be sheared apart and then merge with a frontal boundary. So that's something you'll be watching the next few days. I don't want you to be too concerned as it continues moving west, because those winds are definitely going to push it up towards the Carolinas as opposed to our neck of the woods.
And Haley, the track continues to bring it off to the north and northeast. Good news, the swell will be a concern for places like Bermuda, but it will pick up with speed. And then we're going to break down these other two invests in just a moment, because those just popped up this morning. But we'll go with Gabrielle right now just to show you where it's going. Look at
I'm impressed.
eroding.
I mean, all I have to say is Gabrielle is an impressive storm. It's been fighting off dry air since its genesis off the coast of Africa. The wind shear you were just pointing out, you can kind of see the effects of it there. withering away a little bit of that western edge around the eye. But to have this clearly defined eye for about 24 hours now. I remember I was on Fox Weather First with Britta yesterday, and we were looking at the eye form, and Britta immediately said, that's going to be a Category 3 with this next update.
Yeah.
And then later on, Category 4, exceeding expectations.
Boy, that's been the case with these two storms, right? Aaron did the same thing where they went through that pocket of warm water, didn't have the hostile winds, and then boom, blew up. When we had Cat 1 status on the 21st at 11 p.m., then we went to the next advisory the next morning at 5 a.m. We had Category 1 at 90-mile-per-hour winds. But here's where we saw the intensification. Within 12 hours, Haley, you were talking about that. Massive. And then look how beautiful the system is itself. You talk about that eye wall, or that eye rather, pretty impressive. There it is. You talk about some of the erosion happening, especially on the western side, strong winds up to the north, but the eye is still in place. And being a Category 4 storm, this is going to hold for a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a lot to wither this thing down and to really chip it away.
One such instance with Gabrielle, which is still, as of the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center, a Category 4 hurricane at latitude, I want to say this is about 35 degrees north. That's pretty far north, although it is feeding off some pretty warm water. But notice the cloud pattern right here that is being shed from the Anvil region of this hurricane. It is already getting extended very quickly to the east. That's a sign that the jet stream is now operating on this thing in a way that will ultimately weaken it and probably remove its tropical characteristics over time, which it's already trying to do right now. So there it is, just for reference, a long way from Hatteras. And by the way, that little spot right there is Bermuda. Gabrielle never brought impactful weather more so than your average September day to the Bermuda region, which is exactly what the models were saying all along. They did a great job in forecasting this, and it continues to know where it's going. Look at this, all the way out here, and each hour getting farther and farther away from Bermuda, but at the same time getting closer and closer to Portugal, Spain, other parts of Western Europe. It's Cat 4 right now. Probably not for much longer. We think it's going to be weakening, if not soon, very soon, by the end of the day or tonight. And then you can see, look, the cone does include parts of Portugal and Spain. Now, I think by the time we get to the weekend, it will no longer be a tropical system. It will be an extratropical cyclone, one that's not feeding off the warmth of the water beneath it and the other things that go on with a tropical system. This will be one that is going to be working with the jet stream and trying to maintain itself in other ways. And it will still be impactful, we think, with gusty winds and heavy rain wherever it ends up going. And let me show you where one of the models thinks it will. And this is the European Center's forecast showing you there it is by Saturday and Sunday. Whew, man, that is really, really a close call. So gusty winds, some squally weather probably accompanies all of this, and it's getting bigger too as it moves over the North Atlantic, much like tropical systems evolving in this way into extratropical systems do. This is following the playbook for many of them. Remember, they don't go away once they leave the tropics. They oftentimes turn into systems like this. And there's the cone, just for reference, as a pretty potent and potentially impactful system. But we will be talking more about these guys right here. These are much closer to home. Alex Wallace, these are areas to watch. Not really, but they're called invests. We're investigating them. One of them has a pretty good chance of coming close to the East Coast U.S. We'll talk about which one soon.
We are watching, as Ian mentioned and alluded to, all of the Pacific, because the western half, the other side of the globe, actually is starting to get a bit more busier. We have Typhoon Regasa. This is in the southern China Sea, and it's brushing up along Hong Kong right now. It made that landfall in the Philippines yesterday and into today, and it brought in some really powerful winds. That's what you're looking at here between Taiwan and over towards Hong Kong. We also have strong surge here too. Now, as I mentioned, it made landfall as the strongest storm on the earth so far this season. Sustained winds up to 165 miles per hour. So just slightly over Hurricane Aaron, a little bit closer to home. But if you're thinking, you're trying to do the math, it's equivalent to a Category 5 storm. It brought in some storm surge. Here it is up across the board here. The enhanced satellite has a beautiful looking picturesque storm as it pushes onshore. It's south of Hong Kong. Hong Kong has gone ahead and closed a lot of its businesses as well as schools just to keep folks safe. And according to the local news outlets, they actually had at least 700 flights that were canceled due to this typhoon. When we look at some of the wind gusts right now, they're ranging anywhere between 38 to nearly 67 miles per hour. We are about a couple of hours behind, so you'll notice that at one point in time the sun is setting here closer towards China and Taiwan. From here on out, the cone does take this typhoon inland and then eventually weakens as we go through the next couple of hours or so. So notice that the winds right now, they have already started to drop back down to 130 miles per hour. That west-northwest movement has this traveling eventually onshore throughout parts of China's coastline, moving over parts of Vietnam. We have to watch Hanoi really quickly or closely as we head into about Thursday. Friday, this becomes back towards Laos at 40 miles per hour, and then from there, I think it starts to dissipate. But this was a storm in itself. Notice at one point in time, as we mentioned, through Sunday, we had winds up to 165 miles per hour, so a strong storm. We're still hanging on to that even through this morning, but Ian, just goes to show we're starting to see some of the tropics come to life, whether it's the Pacific, the Atlantic, the Western Pacific. We're watching all things here at Fox Weather.
Yeah, those two tropical waves have increasing chances of development, and not just over the next week, but maybe in the next couple of days, especially with regard to 93. There are other tropical waves around the basin, and a wave led to the formation of Gabrielle. So these are just the two of them in the wave train that have the best chance to develop. Talk about 93 here in a little bit, but 94 is really close to the Windward and Leeward Islands. And if you look at the water vapor, this is an upper level low that 94 here is going to have to contend with, along with land interaction. So this is probably going to take a little longer to develop than the one back to the east, although it has an upper low that it's contending with. So conditions aren't ideal for development, and that's why we put percentages on this. We don't have a 100% chance of these developing, but chances are increasing. And so the weather is getting a little bit worse with a system that is approaching the islands. But this is the one that looks a little healthier on the visible imagery. The convection's getting a little better defined and closer to the low-level center. So that's why this one has a 60% chance in just the next 2 days. Nearly 100% chance, but not quite. Remember, a couple weeks ago we had a 90% system that didn't quite make it. But this one looks to go northeast of the islands, but 94 here is closer to the islands, and we don't have a lot of heavy rain yet, but you can see where the wave axis is. It's over the eastern Caribbean now, as you can see from the wind directions, where the maximum turning in the winds is. But because it's less organized and has more land interaction and wind shear to deal with, it's only got a 20% chance in the next 2 days, but a 60% chance beyond that. And so both of them headed towards super warm waters that are warmer than average. But again, it's a complex upper-level pattern that both of these systems are moving into. Alex, I think the hurricane specialists at NHC are going to be earning their pay over the next week.
And once again, tracking the tropics, we still have a lot of activity brewing out there over the Atlantic as we're looking at Gabrielle that's been firing up and moving away from Bermuda, which is good news, heading out into the Atlantic, but could affect the Azores, and heading out to the east, it's going to continue to lose a little bit of strength. Right now, winds at about 125 miles per hour, gusting to about 155. The latest track is showing it at a Cat 3, and it's going to drop to a 2 as we get into Wednesday evening, and then lose a little bit of steam, but probably bring some decent rain over towards Portugal and Spain as we get into the end of the weekend into early next week. Something to watch. But we have two other areas to watch closely. This cluster of storms here, 90% chance for formation, and then down towards Puerto Rico, a system that could get over the Bahamas and kind of close to the southeastern part of the United States as we get in towards the end of the weekend.
Well, Typhoon Regasa continues its deadly path through eastern Asia. At least 18 people we know so far have been killed in Taiwan as well as the Philippines. But this morning, we're actually getting even more dramatic video out of Hong Kong. Look at this. This is a security camera that captured Regasa's storm surge smashing through the doors of a seaside restaurant. Tables, chairs, everything. It just floats away. The owner of this restaurant says that they had a typhoon shutter just outside the bistro here. It had worked in previous storms, but clearly could not keep the surge away. Regasa, it made landfall in China, 5 o'clock Eastern time this morning. For context, it's 5 p.m. local time in Hong Kong. The landfall comes after Regasa peaked earlier this week as a super typhoon with winds equivalent to that of a Category 5, 165 miles an hour. It moved over the northern islands of the Philippines. This is now marking the strongest storm that we have seen, the strongest tropical cyclone, typhoon, hurricane combined so far this season, this 2025 season. Eastern Pacific, no doubt, has been pretty active, Marissa.
Yeah.
Central Pacific has been active, and I guess it's safe to say now that the Western Pacific has been active. It's been amazing to watch, though, as this storm has roared ashore overland in East Asia, in the country of China. It has now started that weakening process, but it's still going to continue west, moving over the Himalayas. You're dealing with mountains in Puerto Rico. We're talking about enhancement of rain. Imagine what we're going to be dealing with as this continues to work west through the Himalayas.
Powerful typhoon.
Powerful.
And actually, the northwestern Pacific is the most active when it comes to tropical activity. So we do typically see most of that any given season here, but this was powerful. And millions of people that were impacted. A very dangerous storm to watch.
Some of the wind speeds that we have seen clocked. I mean, as we look at these, the differences between a typhoon and a super typhoon, for it to achieve that super typhoon status, you can essentially think of it as a Category 5 hurricane, which I know in the Atlantic Basin, we can already say we've had one of those this season, which is quite rare. But to see that path, and then also to know that we still have some moisture associated with it. This is still, if we were looking at it from a perspective of the Atlantic or Eastern Pacific, it's still a major hurricane with winds, as of the latest advisory, at 120 miles an hour. And it still has some life to it.
Yeah, and as it weakens, it only spreads out even more. So it is quite large, noting the weakening as it heads towards Vietnam over the next couple of days, but watching where that moisture will go and any potential flooding in its wake.
And you can see there are more showers lined up. We'll have to keep a close eye on those in the next couple of hours or so. Taking a look at the tropics, we now have some more activity in the Atlantic Basin. And I say basin because we do have one area we're watching that's in the Caribbean. First, we have major hurricane Gabrielle that's been slowly beginning to weaken since yesterday. Winds are, I want to say, down to 115 miles per hour, but this is still a powerful system, a major hurricane, Category 3. Now it's racing towards the east-northeast at 25 miles per hour. There's Bermuda. It's moving away, but still generating swells not only for Bermuda, but along the Atlantic seaboard from North Carolina northward. It will continue moving towards the east-northeast. There's a hurricane warning now in effect for all of the islands of the Azores, still maintaining its Cat 1 its hurricane status, and then beginning to weaken as it moves into cooler waters and more wind shear in its path as we work our way into the weekend, eventually moving towards the southeast and then across areas like Europe. We'll have to keep a close eye on that. Meanwhile, we have two other areas that we're watching for development. Invest 93L, producing winds of 35 miles per hour. It's quickly moving towards the west-northwest. We'll have to keep a close eye on that one, especially for Bermuda. But we have another area not too far from that one, farther west now in the Caribbean, that's been producing some rain squalls, gusty winds across areas of the greater Antilles and the islands. This one's producing winds of 30 miles per hour. Now, this one's still moving towards the west. There is a Hurricane Hunter mission set for this later today, just to investigate the environment surrounding this system. But we'll have to watch that one because as it's moving towards the west, eventually it's going to take a turn towards the west-northwest. And the National Hurricane Center is saying that once it moves closer to the Bahamas, that's when we could begin to see some development. By the way, this one here that was out towards more towards the Atlantic, that one will likely be our next tropical system. The next name on the list is Humberto.
All right, we do want to get you a quick check of the tropics as Tropical Storm Humberto has just formed and Invest 94 churns nearby. We had said that this was a bit of a funky setup. It most certainly is. And because of that, forecast models have been having a heck of a time trying to make heads or tails of it. So you're looking at some of our cameras from the tropics. Looks just fine for now. The only issue, Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, we've got some heavy rain that started courtesy of 94L. This is newly formed Tropical Storm Humberto. Baseline tropical storm at this point, winds are at 40 miles per hour. We knew the winds were there. It was just the National Hurricane Center calling whether enough that there was a well-defined center of circulation with thunderstorms wrapping around it. There is, and you can see on visible satellite the low-level spin and some of the new convection, rising air thunderstorms wrapping around that circulation. This is the forecast track. It's just into Fox Weather. It's actually the first time that I'm seeing this on our air. Yeah, that was the thought, that this could once again, very much like we saw with Erin, very much like we saw with Gabrielle, in this, roughly speaking, same spot, becoming a significant hurricane. This by Monday night, Monday evening, towing the line of becoming a major. That's the top end of a Category 2 intensity right there, somewhere south of Bermuda. But you notice the uncertainty in through here. Then you factor in that there's another potential tropical system trying to tuck itself in somewhere between this cone and the southeastern United States. That's, for now, 94L. It may become Imelda and interact with Humberto moving forward through the next several days. Plus, there's this big dip in the jet stream. That's a big part of this. And the steering flow out into the Atlantic. All helping to dictate where these storms go. This appears to be the close approach. From there, it pulls off a bit. We'll watch and see, though, if forecast models hold that trend into tomorrow.
That escalated quickly. My goodness. The waves just come tearing through. Doors fly wide open. Furniture goes floating away. Really insane stuff. But that was a serious typhoon that we had in the Western Pacific. Now, we've also got issues in the North Atlantic, and that is still a formidable hurricane with Gabrielle. Remember, this had Category 4 strength at one point. It's now Category 2, 100-mile-per-hour winds. East movement is very fast here, about 28 miles per hour. It's on its way to becoming eventually, we believe, extratropical. But notice that the Azores could be next in line to be affected by Gabrielle. So we're going to watch this one very, very closely and give you an update on what's happening. Hurricane warnings in effect here for the Azores, and you can see it comes past the Azores, still Category 1, and then notice that it curves and heads toward the Iberian Peninsula here and could have eventually maybe make a landfall in Portugal Saturday, around a 50-mile-per-hour tropical or extratropical system at that point. You're thinking, gosh, how often does that happen? Well, not that often. It's a relatively rare occurrence for something to hit here in this part of the world. But since 1950, since reliable data, 10 quote, landfalls happening here in Spain, Portugal, or in Morocco. Most of those, 7 of those happening in Portugal. The one that was a tropical depression was actually Vince that scooted raced past Portugal, actually, and went into Spain here. But if you were thinking it's unusual, it is. And here's the evidence. The Alpha back in 2020 was the last time that we had something that made landfall here in the Iberian Peninsula. This could be number 11 as we add to it. But you can see what happened back in mid-September of 2020. There's a serious wave maker, no question about that. Alex?
Keep that rain gear handy. You're going to need it most likely by this afternoon in the metro coastal areas. If you don't use it this morning with this isolated sprinkle by Aventura and Hollywood. Let's go to the tropics. We are tracking lots going on in the tropics. There's this area in the Caribbean that's bringing these showers and storms. You can see it move through Puerto Rico with the rainfall now moving in Dominican Republic. This is one of the invests we were talking about yesterday. Has an 80% chance of development. The models on this invest number 94 is expected to move right over the Bahamas, central southern half of the Bahamas, before making a turn towards the east. Now, the reason we're watching it, obviously, is the proximity of where it will be compared to us here in Florida. As of now, it hasn't developed, so there's lots of questions, not too many answers. We do know, though, it will bring some showers and storms to the Bahamas. Then behind that, we have what is Tropical Storm Humberto, winds of 45 miles per hour, moving northwest at 10, expected to strengthen to a Category 2-3 hurricane by Monday, staying just west of Bermuda. And we still have Hurricane Gabrielle, too, spinning over the northern half of the Atlantic. But I do want to put things into perspective for you. As for the area of invest we're watching, there is a cold front that's going to slide off the east coast, basically guarding much of Florida and the east coast from that disturbance. But again, we'll fine-tune that forecast when it develops. Here's the latest on Gabrielle. Winds of 85 miles per hour, racing to the east of 32 miles per hour. There is a hurricane warning effect for the Azores. More on your local forecasts coming up.
And Chris, the difference a day makes between, what we were talking about yesterday with these forecasts versus today is huge.
A lot more confidence when a lot of the models are actually suggesting a similar type outcome. It's not set in stone yet, but when we start to see agreement, that does bring up concern because there's less opportunity now for this to curve out to sea, is at least what the models are suggesting.
So let's take a look at it. We're going to break it down piece by piece here. We've got Tropical Storm Humberto. You see it spinning away here about 465 miles east-northeast of the northern Leeward Islands, moving northwest at 8 miles per hour. The forecast is currently for Humberto to kind of follow much of the same path that we've seen multiple times so far this season, kind of curving off in between either somewhere near Bermuda or in between the east coast of the U.S. and Bermuda. The forecast is for Humberto to become a major hurricane as we head through this weekend. So we are expecting another major hurricane out of this. If you have interest in Bermuda, I'd be watching it very closely in case it takes that farther northeasterly trek in the forecast cone. Okay, now let's talk about Invest 94L. This is the system that we're watching closely for potential impacts to the southeast as we head into early next week. This is what we know. It has been very slow to get organized. It's kind of hanging out currently there near the Greater Antilles, but it will slowly organize over the Bahamas this weekend. And the tracks most likely look like they parallel the Florida coast. And beyond that, we're going to have to watch this for where it will make landfall. You can see some of the heavy rain and thunderstorm action associated with this there for the eastern portions of the Dominican Republic, and some impressive rainfall totals expected as this continues. They're plaguing the Greater Antilles, eventually making its way up into the Bahamas. So let's take a look at this. This is the forecast models, the ensembles here, taking it through the Bahamas as we head through the weekend, and then landfall somewhere in the Carolinas early next week. One of the things that we'll have to watch with this is the potential for rainfall. You can see that everywhere shaded in orange here is 5 to 8 inches of rain. 8 to 12 in the red. That's the European model. This would be Sunday through Tuesday. The American model, not quite as bullish with those totals, but bringing a lot of rain to South Carolina. And as we know, the topography of that rain butting up against the mountain chain of the Appalachians can sometimes ring out even more rainfall.
It's not organized yet, but notice how close these two are as well. That's key because they could interfere, and that would ultimately have an outcome down the line on where this storm ends up going. So Humberto, let's start with that because it is a named organized tropical storm. Confidence has been high all along. This is going to move to the northwest, eventually to the north, and curve back out to sea. Okay, but we've got to monitor it because it could interfere with where what will likely be Imelda could go. Does it move into the southeast coast? Does it move over Florida? Or does it curve out to sea because Humberto got so strong so quickly that it has a much stronger influence? So models, until these are all organized, there's a lot of factors here. Let's break it down. We'll start with Tropical Storm Humberto. The newest advisory has come in, a little bit stronger at 60 miles per hour. Pressure now down to 1,000 millibars, but notice it's over 400 miles away from the island. So it's not causing too much impacts at the moment, and likely to stay over water. Certainly looking a little healthier at times, starting to get a more consolidated core of thunderstorms trying to pop up near the center. And we'll likely see that continue as we head into the day tomorrow. At some point this weekend, this is going to become a hurricane, maybe even as early as tomorrow night, and then strong hurricane. We're talking a major hurricane as we head into Monday and Tuesday, but likely threading that needle between Bermuda and the U.S. But we're going to have to monitor Humberto because we'll have to see what it ultimately does here with the steering flow of Invest 94L. Odds are increasing that this is going to become a tropical depression or storm in the next 2 days. By the weekend, we anticipate at least a depression by this, but by that point, it's over the Bahamas, right? So we've got limited time to work with once this actually gets named. It's interfering with land. It's not very well organized right now. But boy, has this changed. Yesterday, we had one model go like this. The majority of them had it curving out to sea or not developing it at all. And now all of the models show some sort of development, likely a tropical storm. Some have a hurricane, and a lot of them want to bring it into the U.S. as we head into Monday of next week.
Gianna and I are going to dive deeper into the scenarios later on in our show, but let's get into Gabrielle because it is now post-tropical, but it is still creating a punch for the Azores and something that we will watch. So important to note, though, because since it went post-tropical, it is no longer going to be considered a landfalling hurricane as it hits potentially late tonight into tomorrow. So for historical nature, that is something to obviously keep in mind. Notice the wind speed still at 70 miles per hour, and it's moving to the east at 31 miles an hour. So this one is very fast. You'll notice how quickly that it gained its intensity, and now letting off that gas pedal. When we look at it on visible satellite, it doesn't look like a tropical system anymore, really, with this, because it just looks like kind of just your thunderstorms that you would see over the tropics, a tropical wave almost, as it slams in. Notice they are still under a hurricane warning, even though it is post-tropical. So it kind of speaks to the intensity at which it will move through the Azores and then into spots like Portugal, Spain, and Morocco. And so that's something to note. We'll be watching for this overall as we look at the overall cone as it comes in. It's, we talked about this with even Invest, right? Invest 94L. It's not about the name that we give this for necessarily the overall impacts and what its intensity could be like. So those areas like Lisbon definitely could see some impacts over the weekend. Of course, it's going to be remembered as a historic storm anyways, with its extreme rapid intensification that it went through earlier from late this past weekend into early this week.
Lots of activity in the Atlantic tonight. Humberto is on the move, but there is a second system that has your Weather Authority on the lookout. We could soon have our next named storm in a matter of days.
Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis is here with your tropical update. Betty. Good evening. Imelda is the next name on the list, our I-named storm. But as you mentioned, we have Humberto to talk about, and the new advisory is in. So let's bring you up to speed on that. Maximum sustained winds at 65 miles per hour. So it has gotten a little stronger tonight, moving slowly toward the northwest at 3 miles per hour. Forecast to become a hurricane tomorrow. So that thinking is still continuing, and a major hurricane at that come this weekend. It slides west of Bermuda Monday night into the Tuesday time frame, and it could come close. So they'll definitely have to pay attention to any shifts in this forecast track. Now to the other disturbance, we're talking Invest 94L still has a high chance of developing over the next several days. In fact, this weekend we may see this organizing into a tropical depression, if not a tropical storm. This is what it looks like for now on the infrared satellite imagery, and at first glance not necessarily all that impressive, but the forecast track does take it toward the Bahamas. You'll notice all the forecast models in agreement that it's headed toward the Bahamas this weekend, and then next Monday these models are showing this coming for the Carolina coast. So a lot of reasons why the east coast of the U.S. has to pay attention to this one. In the near term, what to expect if you're in the Bahamas or headed there this weekend: heavy rain and gusty winds, whether it organizes or not, but the expectation is for this to become a tropical depression as it's around the Bahamas area, and it may even form into Tropical Storm Imelda. As it relates to South Florida, the way things look right now, no direct impacts expected here. Nicole?
Kelly, we know that it's going to be heavy rain over the greater Antilles and over the Turks and Caicos and the Bahamas. What we don't know is where it winds up and if this thing's going to stall. I hope not. I really hope not.
I hope not, too. And, you know, between what that is, of course, future Imelda, and then, of course, we got Hurricane Humberto churning up the water out there as well. So there will be high seas and rip currents that we have to worry about as well going forward in time. Hurricane Humberto is actually forecast to become a major hurricane sometime over the weekend, just like Aaron did, just like Gabrielle did. So it would be our third. You can see it's a Cat 1 for now, 75-mile-per-hour winds. It's barely moving. It's only moving at about 3 miles an hour, so basically holding stationary well to the northeast of the Caribbean islands. As we take a look at the convection, you can see the increasing lightning strikes around that center of circulation with the higher thunderstorm clouds right in that eye wall, if you will. And again, those tropical storm force winds, they go out about 100 miles or so. So you can see the buoy reports on the periphery of that, not quite reaching tropical storm strength, but we've been seeing 35 miles an hour here. And of course, near the center where you have those hurricane force winds, they extend out about 10 miles from the center. So it's not a very big hurricane, but as you can see, it doesn't really move a whole lot in the next couple of days. And that likely could have an impact here on whatever becomes of 94L. So as you can see over the weekend, strengthening, becoming that major hurricane, a high-end Cat 3, possibly even a Cat 4, as it kind of meanders just to the east of the Bahama Islands for a couple of days, actually. So right about the time we've got, you know, Humberto right here, you've got what's going on over to the west, which of course is our Invest area, future Imelda, moving up past the Bahama Islands and kind of approaching the southeast coast at this point as we head towards the early part of next week.
We have a lot of known knowns, but a lot more known unknowns right now. So we'll talk
more in depth about 94L, but right now we're still dealing with a 90-mile-per-hour hurricane Humberto as well.
It's rapidly strengthening. This is Hurricane Humberto, the most recent advisory, hot off the presses here, just in from the National Hurricane Center. According to the latest satellite data, the estimates, the ADT from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, I might add, one of my alma maters. Look at this, 90 mile per hour on the wind speed. It is strengthening pretty quickly now. It's got an eye that is now apparent on the satellite pictures I'll show you in a second. That's a sign that there is significant descent, air sinking right in the middle of it. That's important because that can lower the pressure very quickly, and in response, the winds can spin up really quickly as well. That's a sign that this thing is strengthening fast. So heads up, I guarantee you the next advisory, it's going to be quite a bit stronger than 90 miles per hour. So there it is, and I'll show you, there's the eye that's apparent now in the satellite pictures. Pretty obvious looking down from space. The outflow pattern has improved significantly since yesterday, along with the other things that are ongoing. Yesterday was, this time 24 hours ago, kind of becoming interfered with some of the environmental surroundings. That is not the case right now in really any sort of way. And in fact, the outflow is expanding pretty well, healthily on the western side of things even. That is a sign that perhaps it's going to be heading in that direction eventually and pretty soon. So let's look at the environment atmospherically that it's in. Not a lot of wind shear out there. You know, there's some high altitude winds coming in. Some of that is actually the outflow from this collection of storms, otherwise known as 94L. So some of those stronger winds aloft are kind of moving in this direction a little bit. But really, generally speaking, it's in a favorable atmospheric environment. We know the water's warm, so why not? Why won't it get stronger? And kind of moving in this direction. This is a little bit of a break in the wind pattern here. So it's going to be moving around that subtropical high at the high altitudes over the central Atlantic.
Around the month of September, but still September, October, very active times in the Atlantic hurricane season. And we talked about this, how we didn't have much activity around the peak of hurricane season. But sometimes we see more storms and stronger storms on the backside. So now we are in the third quarter here of the hurricane season, and yeah, this is something we're watching closely. This invest area, no surface low yet. It's a wave, but could be forming any moment now. Actually, the visible satellite will show you lots of weather, lots of storms and thunderstorms rolling across the DR and Haiti, the Turks and Caicos, as well as parts of the eastern tip of Cuba here. The good news is weather is improving in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, seeing some showers pop up well to the east of west of San Juan. But overall, we don't have that surface low yet. Still seeing some scattered showers here. DR still seeing some thunderstorms rolling through some of the resort areas there. But overall, winds haven't been super strong. We had earlier today winds gusting 29 miles per hour at a buoy. Actually, a reporting station there at Grand Turk Airport. Current flight is done, but we have another one on the way in here. Also, high altitude plane on the way in here right now. Another low-level invest this afternoon, another one tonight. So they'll continue to send invest in there to gather data to put into our models, because trying to figure out exactly what's going on here.
We're tracking the tropics as we keep a close watch at Hurricane Humberto and 94L. Hurricane specialist John Morales is joining us with the latest on their tracks.
Hey, Shelly and Roxy, good afternoon. And as we head into the weekend, it's a good time to remember that, listen, we're just a couple of weeks past the peak of hurricane season, and the second half of hurricane season has certainly gotten underway pretty quickly. It's been pretty busy. Let's go to the satellite picture, and I'll show you what's out there right now. Humberto, going through rapid intensification. I'm going to talk about Humberto in more detail in just a second, but just know that here we are again, yet another rapid intensification cycle going on in the Atlantic with that one, and you can plainly see the eye of the hurricane. It's located about 500 miles to the northeast of the Lesser Antilles. But perhaps of more immediate concern for the Bahamas, and I know a lot of you in the Bahamas watch NBC6, and of course to the southeastern section of the U.S., is this area that you're looking at here, sprawling between the southeastern Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, Cuba, Haiti, and the Dominican Republic. There's been some pretty hefty rain in the Dominican today, leading to some flooding there, and that's likely to be the case this weekend for the Bahamas as it heads in your direction during the next couple of days. Here's a closer look at that. I know it does not look like a tropical cyclone. It is not just yet, but there's every indication that this is going to become the next tropical depression or storm. That's why the National Hurricane Center gives it a 90% chance that it will do so as soon as the next 48 hours, right? So a 90% chance within 2 days in the area that you see in red. Somewhere in here is where it's expected to become a tropical depression or storm. You notice that the state of Florida is outside of that area. And as I mentioned yesterday, we have a cold front headed towards the southeast, and this cold front will serve as a deflector shield for the state of Florida and keep the system away from us. However, it's unlikely to keep it away from the rest of the southeast, and that's due to some interaction probably with this system, which is Humberto. There you see the eye of the hurricane. Humberto now, winds are up to 90 miles per hour. That's as of the 11 a.m. advisory. We'll have a new advisory coming up at 5 o'clock on Humberto, moving very slowly towards the northwest, generally on that track. As you can see, the forecast for it to become a Cat 4 hurricane now, 145 mile an hour wind forecast, and then potentially threaten to Bermuda down the road. One last thing as you come back to me and before I toss back to you, we could have at 5 o'clock advisories being issued for a new potential tropical cyclone coming out of Invest 94L. So 5 o'clock is an important time for you to tune in and make sure you know whether we have a new potential tropical cyclone coming out of that system that's in the Greater Antilles today. For now, back to you in the studio.
Local 10 News starts right now.
Also, top of 5 o'clock, all eyes on the tropics in the Atlantic.
That's right, a potential tropical cyclone expected to become Imelda in the coming days. The Hurricane Center just releasing this cone moments ago, and it's one we're watching very closely. Let's bring in our Chief Certified Meteorologist, Betty Davis, with a new advisory. Betty?
And good afternoon. Tropical storm watches and warnings are up for the Bahamas as we track potential tropical cyclone 9.
Wow.
So let's get to that new advisory. It is centered about 200 miles south-southeast of the central Bahamas. Winds of 35 miles per hour, moving northwest at 9 miles per hour. Has some business to do to get its act together, but nonetheless, it is forecast to become a tropical depression by Saturday and a tropical storm, Imelda, by Sunday when it's right there in the vicinity of the central and northwest Bahamas. Thereafter, they're bringing it up to hurricane status. So this is the forecast cone. I want to bring in our hurricane specialist and storm surge expert, Michael Lowry, for a lot more on the structure of the system and where this could be headed early next week. A lot of reason why the southeast coast needs to pay attention, as we've been saying all along, Michael.
Yeah, Betty, and just a reminder, a potential tropical cyclone is just a strong disturbance that the Hurricane Center thinks will become a tropical system and threaten land within the next 2 or 3 days. That's what we're seeing here just north of the eastern tip of Cuba. You can see winds of 35 miles per hour. Tropical storm winds start at 40 miles per hour. So, once this gets the circulation going, it'll pretty much go straight to Imelda. You can see the forecast here from the Hurricane Center. We don't have the watches and warnings updated in our graphics just yet, but there are tropical storm warnings up for the central Bahamas and a tropical storm watch up for the northwestern Bahamas. That bubble, though, at the end of this forecast, that is the most concerning thing, regardless of whether or not this develops. The good news, though, if you look at that forecast cone, is that we're not in it right now. We are fully expect that the center of this will stay to the east of us. That's the good news for South Florida. You can see we have Humberto out to the east. That's a major hurricane, but that's not going to be a problem for the United States. So let's spend a little bit of time on potential tropical cyclone 9. We are seeing the hints of a low-level circulation developing right in here, just to the north of the Windward Passage, kind of where the models expected it to. But this is an important point of the story. Where it develops ultimately will have an impact on where it goes and how far it goes. We can track the spin on our computer models, and you can see that any of the oranges or reds are where the spin is greatest, right in here. So that's kind of where it's all coming together. As Betty said, another day or two of this before we get a tropical storm. Probably by this point tomorrow, we'll have tropical storm Imelda. Here are the forecast models. Again, pretty much everything unanimously to the east of South Florida. We may see some stray showers, but the backside of this is going to be dry. We actually might get some pretty good dry weather that wraps into our area for the early part of next week. But look what happens Tuesday into Wednesday into Thursday. There's the potential that this is going to stall either over land or very close to the coast, posing a major flood threat here to the Carolinas. I mean, we got 12 plus inches, but you could certainly see higher amounts if this were to stall out over the Carolinas or southeast Georgia. This is a big story that we're going to have to watch over the next few days for the areas north of us, thankfully. Nicole and Calvin, back to you.
And we will. Thanks a lot there, Michael.
Bueno, se formó esta tarde la depresión tropical número 9 cerca de Bahamas y podría convertirse en la tormenta Imelda este fin de semana.
Nuestra meteoróloga Madison Torres se nos une ahora en vivo para contarnos si podría afectarnos aquí en el sur de la Florida. Adelante, Madison.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes. De manera directa no viene para Florida y esa es la respuesta que muchos están buscando en casa. Pero les enseño rápidamente qué posición tiene a esta hora de la tarde, porque se encuentra justo en la costa norte del oriente de Cuba, al norte de Holguín y de Guantánamo. Por ahí el Centro Nacional de Huracanes estima que esté ese centro de circulación. Estamos en efecto esperando que durante este fin de semana se convierta en la tormenta Imelda. A esta hora tiene vientos sostenidos de 35 millas por hora, ráfagas de 45 millas por hora y se mueve al noroeste. Es muy posible que ya para el domingo en la mañana estemos hablando de una tormenta tropical. Para el lunes en el horario de la tarde pudiera convertirse en huracán categoría 1. Noten que este sistema no viene para Florida, sino que se movería paralelo a la costa de nuestro estado. Pero sí estamos esperando un posible impacto con la costa del centro este de nuestro país, específicamente sobre todo las Carolinas, quienes deben vigilar la evolución de este sistema. Aunque algunos modelos también han estado impulsando este sistema haga una curva hacia aguas abiertas del Atlántico. Por ahora, lo que esperamos durante el fin de semana, vean cómo comienza a rotar ese sistema. Algunas bandas de lluvia llegando a nuestra región, un poco más numerosas, sobre todo para el domingo. Lluvias que van a ser esporádicas, señores, como lo que hemos estado recibiendo en días anteriores. Un aumento del viento, sobre todo en alta mar. Esto no nos va a perjudicar a nosotros, esto solamente representa un peligro para la navegación y eso sí, un poquito más de oleaje en nuestras playas, específicamente este fin de semana y más para el domingo cuando el sistema esté transitando justo enfrente de la costa de Florida.
Thanks for staying with us here on the Weather Channel and Weather Unfiltered. We follow the tropics very closely for you. Two systems out there right now that we're keeping a very close eye on. Humberto right in here, and we have potential tropical cyclone number 9, which we believe through the weekend will end up becoming Imelda. So a lot going on for us right now. It's really Imelda that becomes the bigger risk for us. As you can see, that forecast track takes it toward the southeast coastline here. Again, once we get past day 3, there's quite a bit of uncertainty in the forecast, so we'd encourage you to check back frequently with forecast so that we have maybe a better idea in the course of time where this may be headed. But you can see with the forecast wind speed here that we may be looking at a high-end tropical storm, low-end hurricane close to land here, and Humberto forecast to be a major hurricane and coming past Bermuda here over the next few days, Alex.
Yeah, we've already got major hurricane Humberto, a Category 3, 115-mile-per-hour hurricane as of the 5 o'clock advisory. 430 miles northeast of the northern Leeward Islands. So this is not going to be an issue for the Lesser Antilles, for Puerto Rico, for the Virgin Islands, for any of that. But of course, we've been talking about how this could influence our potential tropical cyclone, what we expect to be Imelda, and Bermuda also in play. We look at that forecast cone moving off to the north and west and then taking that hook back to the north and east, staying at major hurricane status. In fact, strong major hurricane, 145-mile-per-hour winds here as we get into the later part of Saturday and Sunday. So could be a high-end, Category 4 hurricane here. Monday afternoon, still 130-mile-an-hour winds, still a major hurricane by Tuesday late in the day, although weakening. And again, Bermuda very much in the cone. So, not a slam dunk, but a close pass, especially by a major hurricane or one that gets larger as it moves off to the north, would be an issue for that island. Visible satellite earlier today, you can see the eye of this storm very well defined. So much different than what we saw earlier in the week. Remember, everything before Wednesday, we were waiting for these systems to get their act together. Who was going to come first? We got Humberto yesterday, a strengthening tropical storm, and now today, it's so grown up. It's like when you look at things and you're like, wow, how they've changed. But this is a well-defined hurricane. Here you can see the enhanced satellite with some thunderstorms off to the east, but those cloud tops building. Wind speeds right now, we're up there in that, again, hurricane Category 3 hurricane strength, and that wind field goes out away from the storm. The good news is Nothing's there. Nothing's around this storm to get in the wind field. So we're not looking at any impacts down in the Lesser Antilles in terms of wind or rain down to this. Closest island, again, is going to be Bermuda. But Dr. Nab, we talk about the size of this, the motion of this, and how this could affect our potential tropical cyclone.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it's going to grow in size as well as intensity the farther north it gets. Now, right now, future Imelda and Humberto are more than 1,000 miles apart. And at that distance, they're not going to do a Fujiwara. They're not going to rotate around one another really at all. But even at this distance, they can have some limited effect on one another's track, especially the stronger, larger system can have a little bit of an effect on what the weaker system is doing, and at least can affect what the forecast models do for the weaker system. But they are going to get closer together. Watch how that plays out. Now, they're both going around the subtropical ridge and finding that northward path between the subtropical ridge and our eastern U.S. trough. And because they're going to get closer together, they will have, well, mainly, Humberto will have more of an effect on future Imelda as time goes on. Once you get less than about 900 miles away, then you can start to have some limited ability to have the storms move around one another. That's Monday morning. And by Tuesday, they're probably getting about as close together as they're going to get. Now, you're going to have the upper level cutoff low that's trying to bring Imelda inland, and that would almost certainly happen if Humberto wasn't out there. But it's around this time that future Imelda is going to be slowing down, and has a lot to do with Humberto. But when it slows down, how much it slows down, has a lot to do with exactly the timing and interaction between the two. And this is just one model depiction of that. And you'll notice, too, that look at here's the upper level cutoff low. Here's the subtropical high. There's a path for both of them to go through. But when Humberto gets west of Bermuda, there's no gradient between the two. And so the steering currents are going to collapse. And that's why the Hurricane Center's track forecast stops near the coast. But at that Tuesday morning time frame, the Euro model shows there still could be some tracks offshore. It might not have made landfall, or it makes landfall and comes back offshore. And look at what the U.S. GFS ensemble members do. They get their motion toward the coast, some of them at landfall, some of them hanging out, and some of them that make landfall loop back around and respond to Humberto. They are going to have an effect on one another.
Trouble in the tropics. We are keeping an eye on a system that's expected to become our next named storm. It is expected to make landfall in the U.S.
And South Florida is clear of the cone for now. Our chief certified meteorologist, Betty Davis, following this one for us. Hey, Betty.
Good evening. Thankfully, the models are still consistent with where this potential tropical cyclone will track through the weekend, so the news is still good for us.
That's good.
But we're actually going to start with Hurricane Humberto because it continues to rapidly intensify. It has now gone from a Category 3 to a Category 4 hurricane tonight, with maximum sustained winds of 145 miles per hour, moving west at 7 miles per hour. Forecast to become a Cat 5 tomorrow, 160-mile-per-hour winds. It heads northwestward to north curves near Bermuda next Tuesday, down to a Category 3 by that point, but may be close enough for them to feel some impacts there. So that's Humberto. We know the east coast of the U.S. doesn't have to worry about it. Here is potential tropical cyclone 9, 145 miles south of the central Bahamas. Hurricane hunters investigating tonight, finding that it's not yet a tropical depression, but the forecast is still for it to strengthen. It's moving northwest at 9 miles per hour. The tropical storm warnings and watches are up for the central and northwest Bahamas. Sunday, it is at tropical storm strength. Here's the forecast track. You see that South Florida is not in this cone. So it moves over the Bahamas this weekend. It brings the heavy rain and the tropical storm conditions for that area. And then come early next week, it's headed for the southeast coast. Now, the thing about early next week, say around Monday, still some uncertainty as to whether this is going to go straight for a landfall and move inland. Will it stall along the southeast coast, or will it start to drift away from the southeast coast? Either way, areas from, say, Georgia up around the Carolinas should be preparing for a hurricane, potentially a Category 1, that may drop some incredible amounts of rain, especially if this turns out to be a slow-moving system. Some of the guidance showing more than a foot of rainfall. So that is really going to have to be a system that people have to heed and keep an eye on every move. But back here at home, I'll be back in a little while to talk about the conditions we are going to anticipate this weekend for the Bahamas and also here. More specifics. Calvin?
Tough time for the Carolinas. Thanks a lot, Betty.
The good news is it should slowly wind down. No brakes on this thing. It should wind down as it comes close to Bermuda sometime on Wednesday. Unfortunately, Bermuda, you'll be on the right side of this hurricane, and that's where the strongest impacts will be. So we are definitely still concerned with direct impacts, pretty bad impacts in Bermuda as we head into the middle of the week. And right now, looking at this system on the visible, it looks, from a meteorological kind of geeking out perspective, a beautiful storm. We zoom in even closer, we're starting to see a lot more lightning right around that center. That is allowing it to really intensify, and it has been the last 24 hours. Even zooming in, we can see down to the Atlantic, to the ocean surface. This eye is about maybe 10 to 15 miles across. This is an amazingly strong storm right now, and it looks like it continues to strengthen. It's in its happy place. It will continue to intensify. Now, in terms of the winds, a buoy, which is on the backside of the storm, is still gusting to 45 miles per hour. So tropical storm winds well away from the center of that storm. Even on the far outer bands of this thing, it continues to look very, very good. The winds, well, we're talking a good chance those winds on that right side will be impacting Bermuda later on this week. And again, we have our potential tropical cyclone 9, most likely going to be Imelda, coming this way as well. We're going to talk more about that right now because all eyes in the southeast, Lynette, are honed first across the Bahamas and then across the southeast coastline for our future Imelda.
Good morning. Welcome back to Fox Weather. We, of course, are your Hurricane HQ as we're watching the Atlantic like a hawk. If you're just joining us, we had what was PTC 9 that's now, of course, been upgraded to tropical depression at this moment.
Exactly. And the southeast is on high alert for the future of Imelda. Will this hug the coast or steer out to sea? We'll break down the possible track and the impacts in just a minute here. Thanks for joining us and staying with us. I'm Bain Frowney.
Yeah, Michael Estime, we appreciate you joining us here on your Saturday. A lot to get to. Of course, we want to check in with our hurricane expert.
Exactly. Brian Norcross is going to be joining us here in just a second. But a live look at the Bahamas, where potential tropical cyclone 9 is moving on in. Threats increasing for the Carolina coast as that storm continues to pick up strength.
Yeah, Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross joins us now with the update. And again, we just learned this is now a tropical depression, Brian. One of the questions that I have for you is the new track came out. What would influence this to perhaps lean toward the left or the right side of the track? Because I think that's certainly something that we're monitoring as well.
Yeah, that's the big question for the southeast U.S. I mean, there are going to be effects from this storm in the Carolinas, Georgia, up to Virginia at the very least. But exactly the extent of the effects and whether you're going to have a direct landfalling hurricane or not is a very open question. And we have two big systems that are going to be vying, maybe three actually, vying for influence on the steering when we get to the early to middle part of next week. And I'll talk about that in just a second. But NOAA hurricane hunters have been out there investigating just north of the coast of Cuba, and they found enough of a circulation in there that the National Hurricane Center went ahead and designated this a tropical depression. That's what's required to get enough of full circulation, not just kind of half a circulation, which is what we've had. 35-mile-an-hour winds is the estimate, and the pressure they measured out there at 1,005 millibars, moving to the northwest at 6 miles an hour. So slow-moving system there moving through the Bahamas. Here, when we look at the close-up, this is the visible, more like a photograph from space. It's right up in there that they found the circulation. You see it's quite robust here. This is a fairly large system, and it's been a very robust disturbance. It's been these mountainous islands down here that have held it back. So far, it's moving into relatively conducive conditions for strengthening. So we'll see what happens here as it moves north. We expect it to just slowly intensify and organize as it goes. So here's the forecast forecast from the Hurricane Center, thinking that it will be a tropical storm by tomorrow morning, maybe even later today. It just has to get farther away from land down there. And 50-mile-an-hour winds near the northwestern Bahamas, including Abaco, Nassau, and Grand Bahama Island. So just be ready for a tropical storm. The folks there are very, in their mind is Hurricane Dorian. And this is not a Hurricane Dorian situation. There is no risk of it being a Hurricane Dorian situation. So I want everybody to be calm about that. But use good sense when you have very stormy weather moving through, slowly moving through, and that's going to be Sunday. And you also have the flooding potential there in the Bahamas. Then it moves north. The forecast is for it to approach hurricane strength here as it's passing central Florida. So they have a tropical storm watch up for the Treasure Coast, the Space Coast, and on up to Daytona Beach for this part, just because the system, if it were to take the left side of the cone, could come close and could put tropical storm force winds there. I'll show you. It's more has to do with the fact that the winds will be onshore there as it's moving by in the coastline. And it's just too far in advance to put up any alerts farther north, but there almost certainly will be. But look at the forecast here. So it's forecast to be a hurricane. Here we are Tuesday overnight. When it says Tuesday morning here, actually it means Tuesday morning, nominally 8 a.m. in this region here, and then drifting this way in some fashion, maybe weakening some, but exactly where and how and at what speed is very, very open to all possibilities. Can't predict exactly how close it's going to get to the coast. Let's look at Humberto for a second, because these systems are going to involve each other. 160-mile-per-hour Category 5 hurricane out there, just about as spectacular as any hurricane you're ever going to see. 925 millibars is the estimated pressure. That's down in Hurricane Andrew territory. Hurricane Andrew, when it made landfall, was 922. Here's the cone for Humberto. I wanted to say Ernesto. Humberto, and a slight change in it is a little bit farther west in here, which if it were to go to the left side of the cone, that would put more influence from the big hurricane on top of what will be Imelda over here.
Live NBC6 News at 6 starts now.
The tropics continue to heat up. Hurricane Humberto now a Category 5 storm, while a tropical storm watch was issued for Volusia and Brevard counties and for the waters off of Miami-Dade and Broward because of potential tropical cyclone 9. Thanks for being with us tonight. I'm Shelly Muñiz in for Lorena. First Alert meteorologist Steve McLaughlin is joining us now with the latest on the tropics. Hi, Steve.
Hey, good evening. And I think it's really important to point out that this is going to be a land versus water storm for us here in South Florida. And we knew that coming into the weekend. As Shelly just mentioned, we have a tropical storm watch for the waters that are just off our eastern shore. So Biscayne Bay has a tropical storm watch just in case, as some of these outer bands come in, they pack winds of 39 miles per hour, more like wind gusts of 39 miles per hour. As that rain gets inland, while it could be wet tomorrow, we don't anticipate the tropical storm conditions. I mean, there could be an isolated tropical storm gust, but that would be just about it. But let's take a look at the two systems. So this is now Tropical Depression 9. Winds are at 35. And then we have Humberto, now a Category 5 with winds of 160 miles per hour. This will be a Category 5, then Category 4, then Category 3 on Tuesday. That is still a major hurricane. And look, as it takes this sharp turn, it could be a major hurricane going just to the north and west of Bermuda. That means Bermuda is on the active, dirty side of the storm, which means they cannot miss out on some type of implications. It's just a question of how close that storm is and how strong it is. Meanwhile, we'll be watching for Tropical Storm Imelda to be forming over the next 24 to 36 hours. That position right there is Sunday afternoon, and that position is early Monday morning. So right there, as the storm is going to our east, Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening into Monday morning, the best chance for some of these outer bands. We have tropical storm warnings in effect for the Bahamas. We get into that tropical storm watch from Martin County north, but this is the big distinction I want to make. Broward and Miami-Dade counties, the land where we live, are not under any watches or warnings. But Biscayne Bay and the water, a tropical storm watch, because out here, the bands could pack 39-mile-per-hour wind gusts, whereas as the rain gets inland, we don't anticipate that strong of winds. But it's still going to be a windy day tomorrow, and we still have on and off showers and storms. We're going to break everything down for you hour by hour with our full forecast in just a few minutes.
At 7:30, all eyes on the tropics and a tropical depression on its way out of Cuba. That could become the next named storm of the season as soon as tomorrow. The storm system's track staying away from South Florida for now. Good evening to you. I'm Chelsea Jones here with next weather meteorologist Dave Warren with a look at our models.
Yes, we are watching two storms, and it's not the Category 5 that is the main concern for us, so that's a good thing.
Yes.
It's a tropical depression, number 9, moving out of Cuba here, and that will continue to work its way northwest and eventually turn northwest here. So those are the two areas that we continue to watch here. Of course, that tropical depression 9 likely to become Tropical Storm Imelda, and that will be sometime Sunday to Monday. Right now, it's just a lot of clouds out to the east that we are continuing to watch there. But if we look at our next weather rain tracker, it does pick up this general circulation and the outer bands that we will watch closely here. This is throughout the day, Monday to Sunday to Monday. And here we are all the way to Monday afternoon and evening. Now, the storm itself is out over the Bahamas, but these western fringes there, these outer bands, this is what we'll watch closely here because it'll contain the gusty winds, the very heavy rain, and it's barely trying to work its way into South Florida. So that is what we will continue to watch with new information that comes in from the National Hurricane Center and the track the storm continues to organize, and we'll get a really good idea about once it does become a tropical storm with that clear center of circulation. In the meantime here, we just look at the track coming in. This will update again this evening. Right now, a tropical storm Sunday night to Monday, Monday to Tuesday passing by to our east, and then it slows as it nears the southeastern coast. Tuesday to Wednesday likely becoming a hurricane, turning back away to the east here. So that is what we will continue to watch with new information coming in. The advisories right now over land, a tropical storm watch there just up to the north, and here across South Florida over water we have tropical storm watches, and a little farther off the coast, tropical storm warnings.
In the days ahead, stay locked in. Let's talk about Humberto, because we have a historic kind of season on our hand. I know it doesn't feel like it, and I'm not using that as hyperbole, and I'm not trying to, kind of bring an intensity to this storm beyond just the fact that it's a Cat 5. It's well out into the water. It's going to stay out in the water. I want to set that up first. But here's the thing. We had Aaron as a Cat 5 earlier in the season, and now this is a Cat 5. So that's 2 of them in the same season. All right, so that in and of itself is impressive. But then you start thinking about how we had 2 Cat 5s last year. So now we've had back-to-back years with very powerful storms. Why is that important? Because from year to year, you usually have some big swings in the overall atmosphere and the conditions ahead. So it's normally not conducive for that. So the last time we had that was back in the Great Depression, 1932 and 1933. So over 90 years of that. And when we look at this, the bigger this storm gets, the more energy that it takes, the more influence it will have come Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday on Imelda at that standpoint, right? And so that's why this is important to watch. I mean, look at this eye. This is mesmerizing. This is what we call satellite candy. These are the best type of storms because they give you a lot to talk about meteorologically, and they're not impacting anybody. Now, we talk about in the future, though, what will Bermuda see as this steers to the north? A path that's similar to Aaron. As of right now, you do see some Saharan dust, but obviously it's not slowing it down, because it's a Cat 5 and has been outperforming a lot of the intensity models early on in all of this. It doesn't have any wind shear. It looks like over the next 24 hours, it could still not only keep its strength, maybe even strengthen above the 160 mile per hour benchmark. Remember, Cat 5 is as max as we get. Don't listen to the TikTok and all their little trends of should we be saying Cat something else. It's only at 5, right? And so what we're looking at here is the overall steering of this does bring Bermuda back into play and Bermuda is on the dirty side of the storm.
Tomorrow morning, we're waking up to around 78, climbing to 88. I think if we get that band to move through in the morning, that could keep our temperatures a little bit down. We're not expecting the 90s to develop, but if you do get the 90s, it will because you saw a little bit more sunshine. Also watching Hurricane Humberto, I want to touch on this really quickly. We are seeing this as a Cat 5. Max winds with this at 160 miles per hour. And of course, it's going to stay away from us here in the U.S., but watching Bermuda very closely.
Welcome back into America's Weekend Headquarters. We certainly have seen a change in the tropics, especially in the Atlantic Basin. Right now, we've got very powerful major Hurricane Humberto right next to that Tropical Depression 9. On the Pacific side, we actually have a brand new area that we're watching, and we want to take a minute and focus on the Atlantic side, of course, because that's when we could see some of the biggest impacts to the United States. Hurricane Humberto, Category 4 hurricane, even spent some time as a Category 5 hurricane through the overnight hours. That's eventually going to turn here more to the north and to the northwest, going just to the west of Bermuda. Bermuda likely seeing those indirect impacts, but on the eastern side of this storm, as opposed to the last one, Gabrielle, that passed just to the west. Then we have Tropical Depression 9, not nearly as organized, right, as Humberto. It does not have that presentation, that classic tropical presentation. Instead, you have a elongated area of thunderstorms from north to south. You have the center that's sitting near the Bahamas, and it's around that center that we're eventually going to see some consolidation of some of these thunderstorms that will resemble something that is more classically tropical, right? But then we'll start to see this turn to the north, get drawn up to the north, and what happens from there is going to be determined by a couple of things. There's a lot of steering factors here that are in play with Tropical Depression 9, which is soon to be Imelda. You do have some wind shear in the path of Tropical Depression 9, but look at Hurricane Humberto basically sitting in what seems to be a pristine environment right now, where you just have all of this, outflow that's allowing this hurricane to breathe and maintain that major status.
Good morning. Of course, I got your back. I'm your weather bestie. That's my job. So we are talking about Tropical Depression number 9 right here. That 8 o'clock advisory showing us that we do have these sustained winds at 35 miles per hour. The system essentially is really having a tough time getting better organized and becoming a tropical storm, but it's on its way to doing so as it's going to continue to push over the Bahamas. It's dropping tons of rainfall in the Bahamas and also bringing us our own rain chances for today too. We're getting the outermost fringes of this system that are pushing on shore this early Saturday morning, or Sunday morning, I should say. So what we want to talk about though here is that the fact that we are seeing only the outermost fringes. This is not a direct impact, thank goodness, for South Florida. Now let's talk about the track though. We do anticipate this system to rapidly strengthen into that tropical storm later today, even with the next advisory that's possible as well. But we do know that it's going to be moving over the Bahamas, and as it does so, it strengthens, and then it's going to come a little bit closer to us as it's closely approaching our coast. That does mean that we do have some minimal impacts. So it's going to scrape just by us, and it does bring us the outermost rain bands and also gusty winds too. So here's what to expect. In the Bahamas, they're taking the brunt or the majority of the impacts of this storm, not us. Heavy amounts of rainfall for the Bahamas, 4 to 8 inches potentially, tropical storm conditions, along with winds gusting up to even sometimes 50 miles per hour. South Florida, here's what we're going to get. Today, we're going to get on again, off again rain chances and breaks in it too. We'll even see some sunshine, trust me, but it is going to be really gusty out there at times as well, thanks to the outer fringes of this storm. Winds gusting to 20, even 25 miles per hour. But the system is going to then travel more northward, and with it comes this large wind field that also is going to bring us the risk for rip currents, things like that. So again, the main timing is going to be today into early Monday. We do not see the majority of the impacts. The Bahamas do. We get the outer fringes of this system, but I'll talk about what happens with this storm. It has a major impact on our 7-day forecast the next couple of days, not just this weekend too. I'll show you that all next.
Brian, Tropical Storm Imelda was a bit of a long wait for this, and it does appear as though the much better case scenario. You and I had talked about it all week, some of those indications from the AI model, the turn off to the right.
Yeah, this was obviously a very disorganized system. It's still not terribly organized, and there's dry air that's being pushed into it by kind of a dip in the jet stream. And so that caused the development process to be a little slow. It doesn't have a big push behind it to move quickly, and those things came together to make it a little bit different than forecast. But you know, the development time of a tropical storm is always difficult or impossible to forecast. So not completely surprising, and what is developing was one of the scenarios that we've been talking about for a while. So here we are with the system located right near the southern part of Andros Island in the Bahamas. You see 40-mile-per-hour winds. They dropped a dropson, the Hurricane Hunters, the Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunters, dropped a dropson, which is an instrument package in the plane, went right down to the eye and measured tropical storm force winds at the surface of the ocean. So we have direct confirmation of that. 998 millibars on the pressure. So the pressure is very low for a 40-mile-an-hour storm. Here we see it close up on the satellite, and you can clearly make out where the center of circulation is. It's right there. But the other thing you can see here is look at this line right through here. And all this out here is very dry air. That's because the upper level flow here is like this, and it's pushing dry air from the north down toward the storm. And that's one of the things that has slowed it down. So the key takeaway of that is that the moisture from the storm is going to spread north of the storm center. So tracking the center is not the thing here, because the bad weather is going to be well to the north. Here's the radar. Now remember, the radars are coming out of the U.S., so coming out of Miami and coming out of Melbourne. So we're not seeing this part of the storm out here on the radar, but no doubt there's rain out there. And in the Bahamas, they are going to have several inches of rain on those islands, and some spots could get a foot. So there is a flooding potential, and low-lying areas in the Bahamas are going to be dangerous. So obviously the Bahamians are very experienced at this. They've got everybody alerted. But look at these bands. They're pushing in now on the southeast coast, pushing in a little farther north. These are outer bands of the storm. There's one here, going to be another one down here, and they're going to impact the southeast coast. Now, it's not a very strong tropical storm, obviously, so the bands out here should not produce sustained tropical storm force winds, but gusts over 40 miles an hour wouldn't be surprising. Boating is obviously very dangerous right now, and at the beach, rip currents from the storm and just energy in the ocean will be a thing here for the next couple of days. Now, watch as we go north with the radar, and here you can see, look at these clouds up here in the direction they're moving, and then look at these clouds down here in the direction they're moving. There's a front in here, and so eventually, when there's more of a kind of a push from the south that gets up into the Carolinas, this is going to push that moisture over top of that front. The front's going to enhance the rain, so there is the potential for several inches of rain in spots there. They're saying up to maybe 7 inches, which can cause flash flooding. We've had plenty of rain already, so ground is kind of saturated in the Carolinas. Along the coast, because the system is forecast to intensify up here from just north of the Palm Beaches up to just north of Daytona Beach, tropical storm watch continues in effect, means possible tropical storm sustained winds at the coast. The emphasis there on the possible, but the bottom line is just bad weather expected, gusty winds, and certainly dangerous conditions at the beach. Once you get north of the Bahamas, the dangerous conditions come not just from Imelda, but also, you can see right on the edge of the screen here, also from Humberto and the energy that it's putting in the ocean. In fact, that'll be on the whole east coast of the U.S. from the Category 4 hurricane. We'll look at that in just 1 second.
Hey, let's take a look at it from above. I want to show you guys, again, Charleston is alive and kicking here tonight. Look at this shot. Just absolutely beautiful here. Lights are on. People are out enjoying the evening here. And granted, you know, we did have some cancellations because let's face it, on Friday and even on last Thursday, it kind of looked like we were going to be dealing, with a landfalling tropical system. But that is not the case. We were all, just absolutely blessed with a beautiful, beautiful sunset here in Charleston, South Carolina. Charles Peak got that on the drone as well, and we showed that to you a little earlier on. You'll see it repeated throughout the night tonight. But Postel, I'm going to toss to you now, and as much of a party animal as you are, you really need to come down here. I mean, you would just rock and roll down here, bro. I mean, I was out with you Friday night, and you, Greg Postel, oh my goodness, you know how to party, bro. It's unbelievable.
Oh my goodness. I don't know where to go with that one,
You
man.
guys just see this guy as Dr. Postel, okay? But you don't really realize, I mean, this guy, he does it upright. It's unbelievable.
Oh, well, they're saying, yes, you're exactly right here in the studio. So, yes, Cantori, these are facts. But you know what? We have a very powerful hurricane out there in the Atlantic, and Humberto.
We do.
We do. And
Incredible.
I want to get to it because, look, it's a stunningly and spectacularly, dangerous tropical cyclone. Were it going to impact significantly land, and thankfully it is not going to be doing that. We are not going to see direct weather impacts here in the United States from it. We might see direct weather impacts in Bermuda, and if nothing else, we are all going to see very large waves, swells, and rip currents for days yet to come in the probably next week, this upcoming week, from the giant oceanic bathtub that's being sloshed around here in the Western Basin. This is a very substantial hurricane even still. Yes, it's lost a bit of its symmetry. We don't quite have the presentation that we did yesterday when it was at the very highest end of the scale that tropical cyclones can attain based on the thermodynamics of the atmosphere and also the oceanic conditions below. It reached very close to as strong as it can get. And guess what? It's only a little bit weaker now. And look at the eye here, how circular that is, indicative of very strong descent in there, forced by the circular pattern of thunderstorms immediately around it. And that descent means that air column is very warm in the middle, pressures are low, and the winds are accelerating to extremely high velocities right in that eye wall. Very, very dangerous place to be. And thankfully, we don't think anybody is going to be in that eye wall.
We've got a fresh new update from the National Hurricane Center on both Tropical Storm Imelda and Hurricane Humberto. Look at that. We've got two named storms just off the southeast coast. And I feel like there are a lot of situations where that would be a very big problem. Luckily, with both of these, they're going to curve off toward the east. Can you believe that? Yeah, we really lucked out. I'm meteorologist Ari Sarsolari. It's a pleasure to have you along with us tonight. So here's the latest. Imelda, Humberto. Humberto is a monster storm. It's a Category 4 hurricane, but it is going to curve out toward the east. Now, Bermuda is on the east side, or just east of where this forecast cone is, so they're going to have to watch it early on this week. And then with Imelda, if you recall, the parts of the southeast coast were in the forecast cone at points over the last couple of days, meaning that a landfall was possible. Well, that's changed. All the forecast models have picked up on the latest trends, which are that the storm moved very slowly. If it moved faster, it was going to have a better chance at hitting the southeast coast, but it's been moving very slowly, and so it's going to get caught up in the flow here. And a nice little sharp right turn there, such a sharp turn that the impacts are going to be really overall not that bad. We'll get to those in just a second. Let me show you the stats on these. So again, this is the latest update from the Hurricane Center. Still 40-mile-per-hour winds, so that's as low end of a tropical storm as you can get. It looks really sloppy on the presentation, but it's starting to come together a little bit. They did mention, the Hurricane Center, in their latest update at 11 p.m., that strengthening was likely pretty soon, because they were noticing some of the trends on satellite, which I'll show you in a second. But let's talk about Humberto. Oh, look at this. It's developing another little wannabe eye on the left side of where the original eye was. This is not actually an eye feature, by the way. At least it doesn't appear like that to me. You still got the main eye, but that's just a monster storm. 140-mile-per-hour winds, and the pressure is at 928 millibars. So the pressure's still dropping on that one, but the wind speed hasn't come up that much. That's a beautiful storm. Very healthy. You see the clockwise flow aloft, those high, thin clouds, tops of the thunderstorms at the edge of the storm, that's going clockwise. And then, of course, at the surface, you've got the strong counterclockwise flow. All of that is just indicative of a storm that's very healthy and likely in at least a brief strengthening phase. It's going to start to move over some cooler water soon and start to lose some of its strength. But yeah, look at them. They're right next to each other and both off the southeast coast. This one, Tropical Storm Imelda, that's what I want to focus on at the top of the show here, because that's the one that is going to have some impacts in the U.S. It's sitting right over the Bahamas right now, so they are getting some pretty strong wind there. We got any cameras from the Bahamas, Chris, if you want to check that out real quick? The visible satellite from earlier was spectacular. Look at Humberto. My goodness, what a monster storm that is. And you can see the low-level clouds here on the southwest side of Imelda. And you can clearly see that counterclockwise spin. Thunderstorms starting to wrap around the center of it now. Let me get the Imelda infrared here so I can explain what I'm talking about. So I think what the Hurricane Center was alluding to when they were talking about strengthening likely soon is the fact that it's just really starting to come together. This is the loop over the last 6 hours. And look how you see just more thunderstorms up here. And the center of the storm is really starting to emerge a little bit. Now, it doesn't look as well put together as a high-end tropical storm or a hurricane. There's no real eye quite yet. But this little thing that you see here toward the end of the loop, I think is going to be the beginnings of what could end up as an eye at some point down the road. It kind of looks like a seahorse right now, but what you're really starting to see is the thunderstorms, the convection starting to wrap around a center. Now, obviously, it's still kind of bare on the southwest side, so it's still got some time to go. But let me just show you the last 12 hours on this loop here, so you can get an idea of how much it's improved its look as compared to what it looked like earlier on Sunday. This is just a big sloppy mess. Yeah, you got some thunderstorms down here, and then watch as we get a little bit closer to right now. All of a sudden, start to see all these thunderstorms emerge, and they're starting to wrap themselves around a center. So having seen a lot of these storms, I can tell you that this just has that look of a storm that's starting to come together as of right now. It's still far away from Florida, but we're at least getting some gusty wind. Boca Raton, about 21-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Not too terrible everywhere else, but this gives you an idea of the wind field.
You're looking at video from Bermuda from 2024, and Bermuda watching closely. They once again are in the crosshairs for tropical storm force winds. This goes through the day tomorrow and into Wednesday. Right now, Humberto, you can take a look at it. Watch what happens here. I want to highlight this here, Haley. You can see one eye wall and then the second one, the inner one and then the outer one taking over the center. So it went through an eye wall replacement. Intensity has gone down just a bit as a result, but it's still over open waters, very warm waters, so we can see this ramp up again. But we're still Cat 4. You were here this weekend. It jumped up to Cat 5. No surprise for the amount of quality we have to work with in the Atlantic Basin.
Yeah, what's been really interesting this year is every hurricane we've had so far, keep in mind Imelda, not yet a hurricane, they've been major hurricanes.
Yeah,
and we've had one Category 5, Gabrielle, Category 4, and so the quality of these storms has been just immeasurable in ways. And so with Imelda, the timing maybe not on its side here in order to turn into a major hurricane, but if it can, and there are a few models that highlight that it could have that potential as it moves further east, that would just highlight the fact that we are so lucky. We all need to be buying a lottery ticket across the United States because, I mean, it's the weather pattern that's keeping us protected with these large digging troughs moving off the East Coast, acting as these big barriers and helping to deter these big storms rolling across the main development region, sliding in between that ridge of high pressure and those troughs.
For Miami-Dade and Broward, though, starting to see some changes. We had some showers that we were watching in Palm Beach, outer bands across the Atlantic here associated with tropical storm Imelda, really packing a punch, especially into Bimini. But some of those are now pushing through western portions of Broward County. From Coral Springs, Tamarack, you just got a few of those, Davie, and now along 595, we begin to see it pushing through the area as well. The good news is with any of these downpours that push across South Florida today, as quickly as they move in, they will quickly move out of the area. But tropical storm force conditions across the northwestern Bahamas, that's where we find Imelda, most of the cloud cover and the rain and thunderstorms to the north of where we find Imelda's position. And right now it's over Great Abaco with winds of 50 miles per hour. It's drifting northward at 9 miles per hour. This is as of 8 o'clock this morning. And you can see those outer bands skirting the east coast of Florida. Some of those downpours have been pushing through Palm Beach and now through Broward County, but even being felt across the Exumas and Andros. Rain will be a big problem here. In addition to what they've already seen, the Bahamas could see anywhere between 3 to 6 inches of rain. And along our immediate coastline through the next few days, we could see some of rain as well. Heading into the north across the Carolinas, a front's going to keep Imelda away, but rain will still be possible up to 5 inches here just along the immediate coastline. Meanwhile, to the east of Imelda, we also have Humberto. It's a hurricane and it's a Cat 4. So no joke there, winds of 145 miles per hour. It's moving northwest still at 14 miles per hour, and it's being tracked out of Bermuda. It's a little over 350 miles south-southwest of the island nation. High pressure you find here is what's steering Humberto, but a weakness in this high is going to cause Humberto to begin to turn. And right now, forecast models are in agreement that it's going to go around Bermuda, still as a major hurricane, but still with tropical storm conditions there possible late Tuesday into early Wednesday, and eventually Imelda will take that similar track. Bermuda will have to monitor the progress of Imelda, as we could be looking at hurricane conditions there.
In the Abacos in the Bahamas, they had a burst of wind there. I checked in with them there, and now it's moved on past quickly. No significant damage, but about 6 inches of rain as it went by Marsh Harbor, being here on the northeastern side of the northwestern Bahamas. But there you can see clearly a cluster of thunderstorms has developed in there. 60-mile-an-hour winds is the estimated maximum wind. They've had lots of aircraft in there measuring this thing. Pressure is very low for a 60-mile-an-hour storm, and that's because the pressure in general in that part of the Atlantic is low. We have a super big hurricane just to the east of there, so it's the relative pressure that makes the wind speed, not the absolute pressure. So this unusually low 988 is yielding 60-mile-an-hour wind. There you can see on the, when we look at the visible satellite picture, exactly what's going on, and we can see this cluster of thunderstorms right up there that was highlighted earlier, went right over there, Marsh Harbor. There, look close up. There you can see where Marsh Harbor is. This is Great Abaco, is the island there, and this is Grand Bahama here. So they're still getting the edge of it here in Grand Bahama, but they're on the back side of it in Abaco. The back side of this system is not very much. Most of the most intense weather is north and east of the center. Now we are getting some edge effects, and you can see here this line, but the thing is that the air in the mid-levels of the atmosphere over Florida is pretty dry. So as the storm is sending out these bands, they're mostly evaporating, although some pretty good downpours embedded in it, and maybe some gusty winds, especially up in here, because the idea is the storm is going to move north, intensify some before it heads on off to the east. So central Florida, most likely to get winds maybe gusting up to 40. I haven't seen any gusts over about 25 or so so far, but gusty winds are right along the coast, nothing too dangerous or anything like that. And then moisture continues to stream north, as we talked about. There is a front up here. The front is right in, you can kind of make out that line right there. That's the line where the front is. So the air behind it is just generally cooler, so that rain runs over the front. So it's not a heavy tropical rain kind of thing. It's more a kind of just steady rain. But where you have steady rain, sometimes you can get flooding, and this is going to keep up, looks like, into tomorrow at least, before it lets up and drier air comes in. So here's the new cone from the Hurricane Center. You notice continuing to move north for today, and then beginning the turn to the right and beginning the turn offshore, intensifying. The thinking is by tomorrow morning, the way it's going, could be later today. I mean, plus or minus only 5 miles per hour by this evening, short of being a hurricane. So that's all possible, but the good thing is it's moving offshore, although it is moving right in the direction of the of Bermuda, and I think there's no doubt they'll put up a hurricane watch for this one. So arriving late Wednesday is the thinking now in Bermuda, maybe even after dark on Wednesday. And they could get a direct hit from this. This is going to be close. The thinking is that it will continue to intensify and then start weakening as it gets on out here past Bermuda. All right, let's look at the other storm. This is the big one, up to 145 again. It went through what's called an eye wall replacement cycle. We talked about this yesterday. a bigger eye wall forming around the center one and then shrinking again. So it weakened for a bit and then re-intensified. Hurricane hunters went out and checked that out as well. Pressure 940. So look how close these two storms are to each other. It's kind of crazy.
The Humberto swell hasn't reached there yet. It's still farther away.
Yeah.
But now we're starting to see the winds pick up. The actual swell is going to be affecting the entire eastern seaboard at least through the end of the week.
Yeah, I mean, we're watching this go through at least Thursday, if not early Friday. So even though this isn't making those direct impacts to Florida's coastline or the Georgia coastline,
right,
or even the Carolinas, we're still feeling those indirect impacts in the ways of swells, high waves, could even see some, you know, a little bit of storm surge in some of these areas too, possibly the immediate coastline.
Yep, you will. Look at the dry air right there. You see how close that is. The dry air is just pinning in to Florida, and that's why we've got the Florida radar picture out of Jacksonville still in clear air mode at this point, which is pretty amazing. Look at the solid sheet of rain, though. The Bahamas, it's different for you guys. You're really getting slammed at this point.
Now, 7 weather with meteorologist Brent Cameron.
Kind of a mixed up Monday here in South Florida, all related to what is well offshore, Tropical Storm Imelda. We've had some sunshine and a gusty breeze today, a few downpours as well. Winds right now at the coast 15. We've seen those gusts up around 27, 28 miles per hour in Miami. And look at this. 78 degrees. That is some recent rain cooling for you around Fort Lauderdale at the airport. So there's Imelda. New forecast advisory is beginning to come in, and it does appear it might be getting a little bit stronger as it moves away from the Bahamas. It has spent last night into today just moving northward, well away from Florida, and just these outer rain bands have been impacting us, moving very swiftly from the northwest to the southeast. There's a recent one that did drop our temperature in Fort Lauderdale, and a couple of very few and far between rain bands now into areas of southern Miami-Dade. Outside of that, most places will remain dry as we go into the first part of this evening. So as mentioned, new advisory beginning to come in, 5 o'clock, and winds of 65 miles per hour. It is forecast to stay far away from the southeastern coast. That wasn't always the case. At one time, models were suggesting they might get a closer brush, and Bermuda will have to watch the progress of Imelda. Here's our in-house model as we go into tonight and tomorrow. Again, the system lifting off to the north and northeast, but the flow around that will still be a breezy one with a few rotating or circulating rain bands into our area. Not as many tomorrow as we go into Tuesday, a little more in the way of breezy sunshine expected, and then we'll see Imelda eventually move away along with lots of its tropical moisture. That is Humberto, far to the east of Imelda. Where is that heading? Well, just about the same general area, close to Bermuda, if not just to the west of the island, and then racing out to sea.
We actually have drier air wrapping in on the backside of Tropical Storm Imelda, and that drier air is evident on the water vapor imagery. So there's Imelda just to the northwest or to the north of the northwest Bahamas, and then next to that over the Atlantic is Humberto. We have new advisories to talk about. Let's bring in our hurricane specialist and storm surge expert, Michael Lowry. Michael, Imelda may look too close to comfort for Florida, but it is expected to stay on a track that keeps it away from Florida.
Yeah, close call for us here in Florida, thankfully, but this one's staying about 200 miles to our east. And not only do we have Imelda, like you said, we have Humberto. These are only less than 600 miles apart. It's been a long time, probably since Matthew and Nicole in 2016, that we've had two named storms this close together, this close to the United States. And I'm thankful that both of them are going to stay out to sea. Here's the latest information, as Betty just mentioned, from the National Hurricane Center. As of 5 o'clock, the wind's up just a tick. So this has been slowly strengthening, but we haven't seen any rapid strengthening with this one. That's the good news. There's a decent amount of wind shear and some dry air that's kind of keeping this one, holding this one down a little bit. Nevertheless, though, we expect that strengthening to continue as it moves sharply to the east and in the direction of Bermuda here over the next few days. You can see see the forecast now with Bermuda squarely in the cone. The latest developments this afternoon is that Bermuda is now under a hurricane watch for those hurricane conditions that we expect to start in earnest come probably on Wednesday into maybe early on Thursday. The radar and the satellite, not all that impressive right now. We have seen tropical storm conditions. We actually saw a tropical storm, a hurricane wind gust, I should say, just north of Great Abaco this morning. But for the most part, tropical storm conditions occurring over the Bahamas. I do want to talk just very quickly about the possibility of what they call a sting jet happening over Bermuda. This is going to transition into an extratropical cyclone. Dry air gets wrapped into those extratropical systems during transition, and that dry air can spread violent winds down from above and kind of resembles a pointed stinger of an insect. That's why we call it a sting jet. This happens with some of these transitioning systems. Something we'll watch for Bermuda, because those winds can be extra worse or extra bad, I should say, in these systems when that happens. But something to keep in mind. Thankfully, we're not dealing with any of those concerns here in the U.S. Back to you.
Bueno, hay dos sistemas que estamos vigilando a esta hora y uno de ellos es un huracán. El otro sistema está frente a las costas de la Florida.
Bueno, vamos en vivo con nuestra meteoróloga Madison Torres para que nos diga si la tormenta Imelda representa algún peligro para nosotros.
No representa peligro para nosotros y de hecho en un aspecto positivo, Ambrosio y Jenny, debo decirles que durante el fin de semana tuvo un cambio positivo en su trayectoria. Pero vamos a ver precisamente lo que dejó sobre el oriente de Cuba. Al menos una persona fallecida, más de 18,000 personas evacuadas. La provincia de Santiago de Cuba, Guantánamo y Granma han sido las más afectadas por las numerosas lluvias y en la localidad se desbordó un río que, como pueden ver, llegó a barrios aledaños y dejaron las casas completamente bajo agua. Definitivamente nunca podemos subestimar a un ciclón tropical por la fuerza, porque en el momento en el que dejó lluvia sobre Cuba era simplemente una zona desorganizada de mal tiempo que después se convirtió en la depresión tropical número 9. A esta hora es tormenta tropical Imelda por acá, por la zona de las Bahamas, y también tenemos a Humberto, que es un potente huracán categoría 4, ahora mismo con vientos de 140 millas por hora. Imelda frente a nuestras costas tiene vientos de 65 millas por hora, ya cuando tenga 75 se convertirá en un huracán. Pero la cercanía de ambos sistemas y que uno esté mucho más fuerte que otro, pues está ejerciendo esos cambios en la trayectoria que estábamos previendo desde la semana pasada y que ocurrió durante el fin de semana. Noten ustedes cómo la tormenta tropical Imelda, la cual puede llegar a ser un huracán, tiene una curva justo hacia el nordeste en las próximas horas. Eso va a evitar que llegue a las costas de las Carolinas como estábamos inicialmente pensando en el pronóstico. Parte de sus efectos aquí en casa, bueno, pues es una brisa moderada de afuera con ráfagas de viento que llegan entre 20 y 25 millas por hora. Eso sí, el sector costero tiene oleaje entre 7 a 10 pies y hay peligro para la navegación.
Well, hey, at least the Weather Service did not have to put up any warnings for the U.S. coastline for Imelda. So we didn't have to raise the alarm to that level. Evacuations didn't have to be called or anything like that. So the forecast got on track with enough time.
Absolutely. And again, Mike, you know, we've been talking about this is really a water issue, maybe a few flash flood warnings, but really what's happening in the ocean yet again.
Absolutely. It's all, generated by Imelda and Humberto. We've got a high pressure that's up into Canada, and everything's pushing waves and wind onshore, okay? So that's going to be persistent for the next several days and keep our rip current danger high, potentially bring us some coastal flooding in a few isolated pockets here. So it's just something to really keep an eye on here. I'd be worried about beach erosion in a few places as well. 65-mile-per-hour winds right now with Imelda. North movement at 9 miles per hour. So it's ticked up a little bit in intensity today. May continue to do that overnight and tomorrow as well. I think we'll probably have a hurricane before long. Tropical storm warnings remain here in the northern Bahama Islands. No watches, no warnings for the United States. This is good news here. The track will take it eastbound from here, away from land. This is great. The exception being Bermuda, of course, and unfortunately, we're dead center of that forecast track. And if you look at the intensity, tomorrow an 80-mile-per-hour hurricane, Wednesday a 90-mile-per-hour hurricane, and probably holding on to hurricane strength through Thursday afternoon, evening before weakening after that. But if you notice this, these white individual lines, those are timestamps, right? And so the farther apart those are, the faster the hurricane is moving. So it is going to pick up some speed here. It's been basically at 9 miles per hour for the last couple of days here. Two side-by-side systems, though, really, really impressive, almost at the exact same latitude. We have Humberto here, we have Imelda here. Eventually we'll have two hurricanes side by side, but rarely do you get a view of two systems this close together, this close to the United States, and neither one of them is going to hit. Gosh, that's like a perfect setup, right? You get to see all the eye candy, but you don't have to deal with any significant issues. There is some lightning certainly in the bands of Humberto as well as Imelda, and you'll notice there's a lot of clouds that are being blown off to the north here. So there's some wind shear there, and the outer edges of the clouds, at least of Imelda, go all the way up into the northeast. In fact, they go all the way up to near Canada. If you look at, though, the center of the system, it sits right about there. You've got the counterclockwise flow around that. Winds tend to be a little gusty for us here at Bowie offshore, 34-mile-per-hour gusts. At Freeport, winds are 21. And at times a little breezy for us today in Florida, but nothing that we can't handle. The rain largely is offshore at this point. Big rain shield up in here. Just some sprinkles for us in South Georgia and North Florida. Nothing of significance whatsoever. Again, all good news for us here.
Southwest Florida. The team that's first, fair, everywhere. This is Wink News at 11.
All eyes on the tropics tonight. Thankfully, things are not happening on our side of the state. Tropical storm Imelda, though, some of the effects are being felt right now. Wink News is the weather authority, and we're going to be on top of all of this as these storms continue to churn. Thanks for joining us tonight at 11. I'm Russ McCaskey.
I'm Emma Heaton. This is video from Cuba where Imelda dropped heavy rain and caused landslides. Tonight, we know at least one man is dead. Wink News weather authority Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt joins us tonight. Matt, what's the latest on this storm?
Yeah, terrible conditions, about a day or two ago in Cuba, but for us, nothing. Overall, the worst of it staying away from the state of Florida. Granted, rip currents, higher surf, some of the outer bands, but that's about it. The state really dodged a bullet, just like the Carolinas. And we also have Humberto, which has rapidly weakened. We'll talk about that coming up. Max winds are at 65 miles an hour with Imelda. It is projected to become a hurricane. They are going to be watching that, especially for Bermuda. Now, for example, Humberto was a 140 Category 4 6 hours ago. Now it is a 115 Category 3. Again, not a walk in the park, but thankfully it's in the open Atlantic. Across the state of Florida, there it is. We will have the very latest on Imelda and the benefit it will have in Southwest Florida, all coming up.
Let's talk Imelda. Since it's breaking news this morning, it is now a hurricane. We were anticipating this to happen today, and it does. It has officially happened. So we currently have a 75-mile-per-hour storm, which the Hurricane Center has now given us that Category 1 status. Still moving northeast at 7. So it has been a slow mover, right? I mean, while this thing was trying to find its area of circulation over the weekend, it was definitely disorganized. We're finally seeing a little bit more organization. And you say, well, why is that important? Well, it could be important for places like Bermuda, who are in the targeted path of this thing. Also, what's happening is notice where all the clouds are going. All right, they're kind of spreading northward. So we got a cloudy day up along the coast of the Carolinas, some rain, kind of overrunning some cooler air at the surface, which is bringing us showers all the way up around D.C. this morning and northern parts of Virginia. So it's kind of interesting, even though you're so far away from this storm. And again, now that that storm is moving northeast, we're going to eventually get more of an easterly turn, and that means it'll be completely moving away from our shores. But still anticipate big surf. We'll get caught up with Justin Michaels in a second. You can see that Kitty Hawk camera below us. We've got definitely some rough conditions from a beach standpoint. Now, tropical storm force winds will stay closer to the storm, within 175 miles from the center, so we won't be experiencing that. However, we've got a larger wind field going around this storm system, which is bringing us a north wind all across our East Coast locations. So whether you're along Highway 81, if you're across I-95, if you're within our beaches, all of you are going to experience some kind of wind today because of this storm system. I mentioned the rain spreading all the way up through North Carolina, Virginia, and actually seeing some showers around Maryland, which is interesting because you have this boundary here. And so since all the energy is kind of flowing northward, we're eventually, seeing that turn into shower activity. So just a dreary day for a lot of you, whether you're in Raleigh,
Asheville has showers this morning, and we'll actually watch that going into the second half of the day as well. Some of these outer bands trying to touch our Florida coastline here. Daytona Beach, heads up. A little bit of a potency, a part of a storm system here, kind of sliding down the beach, and that will also impact the Space Coast, but a lot of it will be right there for our beaches. The rest of the state should be relatively quiet today, which is kind of nice.
Not too long ago, Dr. Postel, we were thinking that this time, we would be dealing with a landfalling cyclone in the southeast. Total turnaround now, and we're seeing that turn literally with the system moving away.
That's exactly right. This has been a real big change in the forecast, and a really good one, too, because it's keeping the significant impacts away from the east coast of the United States, certainly weather-wise. We're seeing, of course, obviously the big waves and the rip current threat. That's a big danger, but it could have been a lot worse.
Absolutely. Now, what's good for us down the road may not be so great for Bermuda. We will be tracking that.
Yeah, we got to watch Imelda because it is showing signs of getting stronger. Hurricane reconnaissance missions are in there right now, at least one of them, and Air Force Recon. We're starting to see some lightning show up with some of the deepest and strongest thunderstorm activity here, probably close to 200 miles offshore, east of Daytona Beach. And this is a sign that probably Imelda's taken another shot at strengthening, with the core of the thunderstorms becoming a bit more intense, very close to where the low-level pressure is, a low-level rotation. And those things need to work together in order to get a legitimate strengthening trend going. And we are probably on that path, at least initially. It is still bringing some impactful weather, Imelda is, to parts of the Florida-Georgia coast. But the wind, there's good news here, is that it's shore parallel, at least these observations here that are probably just slightly inland. So the beaches might have some of an onshore component, but not much of one. It could be a lot worse. So the fact that the wind is kind of going in that direction means that maybe there's not so much of an onward or inland push from the wind onto the water in that way. So we're seeing at least some reduction of the potential of flooding, coastal flooding, with a wind that if it were coming out of the east, an onshore wind, that might have a bit more of a problem for us. But this is a good news there. The other good news is that we think the center now, Imelda overall, and of course, is moving eastbound. These dots represent the most recent fixes from the Air Force Recon that's in there right now. They just made a pass right through there, and they are going to give us the latest information as soon as it gets transmitted. But it does indeed look like that the next dot is going to be over here, which is roughly where the center is. Now, it's not perfect, but it's basically giving us the trend here that an eastward component of motion is now becoming by far and away the dominant one.
Hey, good Tuesday afternoon, everybody. Thank you, as always, for being here with us on Fox Weather. Right now, 5 o'clock on the East Coast, 2 p.m. out west. I'm Ian Oliver, and this is Fox Weather Now. 2 hurricanes behind me. Still 2 hurricanes, as we just had the 5 p.m. advisory come in for both Imelda and Humberto. The note here, these are less than 500 miles apart, both maintaining hurricane intensity. It's the closest 2 hurricanes have ever been, at least in the satellite era, going back to 1960. So to call this a weird meteorological set of circumstances is probably an understatement, but there are still considerable impacts to come, especially with that one, Imelda. So let's bring in Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross digging into the 5 p.m. advisories on these storms. Brian, I got a quick glance of what's happening with this. No changes, at least big ones, with the 5 p.m. advisory. But in this case, no news isn't necessarily good news for Bermuda, as this is on schedule and approaching the island.
Yeah, I think the odds are very high that they're going to have a significant storm approaching them by this time tomorrow. As a matter of fact, the weather will be probably going downhill by this time. Exactly the nature of that storm is another question. Is it going to be a tropical hurricane, or is it going to be some kind of hybrid storm, or is it going to be more of a typical wintertime North Atlantic storm? Everything is going to be in transition about the time it gets to Bermuda. If it's got 100-mile-an-hour winds in it, it's got 100-mile-an-hour winds in it, right? And who cares? But it is meteorologically bizarre and interesting. As you said, these two hurricanes are as close together as we've ever seen hurricanes. So that's really something. The yellow area is how far out the tropical storm force winds, 40 miles per hour and higher, extend on both of the storms. And then the hurricane force gusts are in these orange areas right in here. So give you an idea of how big the strong parts of the hurricane is. And you can notice that the hurricane gusts are bigger than the cone. So when we get to looking at the cone out here by Bermuda, we'll get an idea that it has to miss by quite a bit to avoid getting pretty strong winds there. The other thing to notice here is a kind of a line right up in here. That's a front. So this moisture that's running north up here is running up over the front. So it's not kind of flooding rain kind of rain. It's more just showers and continuous kind of moisture up in there. So we're not too concerned about that. It's mostly coastal issues, like you said. All right, so take a look here at Imelda. Just looking at the satellite picture here, this doesn't look like much, but the hurricane hunters have been out there looking at it and measuring it, and they found the winds increasing and the pressure decreasing. So we have 85-mile-per-hour winds now, east-northeast at 12, so it's heading in the direction of Bermuda, and pressure down to 978 keeps inching down, inching down. This goes to show you this is why we have to have the hurricane hunter planes. You don't get all the information you need from the satellite. All right, let's take a look at Humberto. Here's the latest advisory on it as the sun is going down out there. 80-mile-per-hour winds and 979 pressure. So similar strength storm, but a little bigger storm than Imelda. There's the eye right there. And here you can see the dry air. It's been there all day, pushing in. I think that's coming out, essentially coming out of Imelda, pushing in on Humberto. You can see that's revealing part of the eye, and you can also see this kind of comma shape here, as that's the shape that non-tropical storms attain eventually. So it's in the process of interacting with that upper-level jet stream system. So really, really fascinating. The radar out of Bermuda shows these strong lines associated with Humberto now. So they've been gusting up to 40 miles per hour in those lines, and then it goes essentially calm in between them. So they're not going to get much of a break before it all starts tomorrow again. In fact, they're probably going to get very little break before Imelda starts tomorrow afternoon. All right, here's the cone, and you can see from the Hurricane Center that they keep it a hurricane to the morning and then make it a little bit weaker, and then it just kind of ends because it just gets absorbed and it becomes a different kind of a system, not a tropical system anymore. In fact, it may not even be tropical by this time.
Thanks for staying with us on Weather Unfiltered. We take a look at the tropical season timeline so far this year. You look at the Atlantic Basin. You know, we had a pretty good flurry of storms early on, June and July. Remember, we had Chantal that made landfall, and then we had a break in July. They came back in August. September, especially the beginning of September, dead quiet. And then all of a sudden, we had Gabrielle, and that opened the floodgates for Humberto and Imelda back to back.
I think things got a little weird for folks because, Dr. Nab, we had that break in July, not necessarily uncommon. And then when things started going in August, everyone was like, okay, now things are happening. And then we had the break. But Chantal, the tropical storm, third named storm of the Atlantic season, still the only U.S. landfall so far came on shore near Litchfield Beach, South Carolina on July 6th. So it has been a very quiet season, not necessarily of hurricanes. We've had them, but none making landfall with the exception of Chantal, the tropical storm.
Of course, Chantal took lives inland from rain-induced flooding, and even though Imelda and Humberto are not making landfall, we're having impacts in North Carolina. So it's not like they've had the best of years, but it has been an up and down season. There are often ups and downs with hurricane season, but the down this year was an unprecedented lull in activity for nearly 3 weeks after Chantal. Then we had Aaron, and that, it seemed like, okay, here we go. The peak of the season is about to really ramp up, and it did. I mean, Aaron became a Category 5, and before we had Gabrielle, Humberto, and Imelda, Aaron was a big impact from swells and surf and rip currents along the East Coast.
The overall forecast at the beginning of the season was for a pretty robust season. We're expecting it to be quite active. It's underperformed the forecast, at least. Any reason why, you think? At least to this point.
Yeah, at least so far. You know, the season's not over yet. It's because of that mid-season lull when we've had this troughing pattern in the eastern U.S. that has had downstream effects that has, you know, at times delayed the ability for the atmosphere to generate thunderstorms. The stability, Mike, is the main reason why early September was down. But the instability increases as we go into September and October. So now the ocean atmosphere system is catching up, even though that pattern hasn't changed. So, my goodness, it's all been about Aaron and then nothing. But look at how Gabrielle, Humberto, Imelda have caught us back up to near average for the total amount of energy expended by this year's hurricanes. Because, yeah, we've had 4 hurricanes, but 3 majors. 2 of them Cat 5s. Yeah. So when the atmosphere has generated storms, they have been notable.
So if things were to get going, we could very well still end up with, at least ace-wise, a higher than average season.
Yeah, because it's the major hurricanes that are the strongest contributors to the total energy expended. And the major hurricanes are the strongest signal that the seasonal forecasters can latch onto. And let's face it, we've already had an average Atlantic season's number of major hurricanes, 3. And there's time for 1 or 2 more. So we could end up above average for the number of majors. So right now we're at 9, 4, and 3 in terms of storms, hurricanes, and majors. Now, to your point, Mike, we are behind average in terms of the storms and hurricanes. By this date, on average, we would have 11 storms and 5 hurricanes. But we're ahead of pace for majors. So, and I think that's the most important parameter. The number of named storms, to me, is the least important parameter, and we could still be well on our way to an above-average year for hurricanes and especially majors.
Knowing what October can bring, we still need to be very wary of what the season still lies ahead.
Yes, absolutely, because the reasons for the seasonal forecast being as high as they were that we have the above average sea surface temperatures, which we still have. And this year is going to go down as another one where most of the major hurricanes occurred after September 15th. And we got all of October to get through. The conditions are looking conducive in the Atlantic Basin. So there's still an outside shot that we could get to those 8 hurricanes. We're already at the 3 majors that the seasonal forecasters said, and we could reach their ACE, their accumulated energy value that they forecast. Now, let's acknowledge this was the seasonal forecast from CSU that came out in early August. Their April seasonal forecast was higher than this, and that one I don't think is going to quite verify. It'd be nice to be able to issue an update to your football picks in the middle of the second quarter.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Now, to their credit, though, they issue these updated numbers before Aaron. And so their forecast of the hurricanes and majors could still come true.
You think the Gulf's the area to watch, given our Gulf activity the last few years in October?
Yes, and that's what the Climate Prediction Center is saying about next week and especially the week after. Close to home formation a possibility.
Going back to Hurricane Imelda that has its sights set on Bermuda. Strong winds, heavy rain, and flooding will all be a big concern for the rest of the day for the island as that storm continues to approach. It's going to be moving in over the next few hours, potentially getting even stronger, possibly even becoming a Category 2 hurricane. So looking at what we're dealing with right now, after that 5 a.m. advisory came in just a little bit ago, it is slightly stronger, 90-mile-per-hour winds. Just a few hours ago, it was looking at 85-mile-per-hour winds, and that pressure has gone down as well. Now, looking into water vapor, our satellite here, you can see over just to the north of this system, that's Humberto. Now, that's passing just to the west of Bermuda, but still bringing in those wave impacts as well as some rain, but now potentially seeing a direct hit from Imelda as we move throughout the next few hours here, potentially tonight or into tomorrow morning. Now, hurricane warning is in place for the entire island of Bermuda, but you can see these red lines in this kind of red highlighted area. That's the cone of what we're potentially seeing or forecasting Imelda to be moving towards. So you can see it's a pretty small area. So that just shows that these models are in pretty good consensus that Bermuda is going to be in some trouble as we move throughout the next few hours here. Now, the biggest concerns will obviously be those winds, those gusts, as well as the wave heights. We could be dealing with wave heights up to, close to 9 to 12 feet, more than that, as we move into the next few hours for Bermuda. Now, in regards to those winds, for Imelda alone, tropical storm force winds, they're going to be extending out 160 miles from the center of the storm. Hurricane force winds, those will still extend 60 miles from the center of this system. So it's a strong system, and potentially forecasting this to become a Category 2 hurricane within the coming hours. But it's always good to prepare for a category above what we're forecasting. So Bermuda potentially, getting ready for even a Cat 3 hurricane moving within the next couple of hours here. So we're keeping a very close eye on it. But again, you can see this is a small cone. So that certainty of it heading towards Bermuda, making that direct hit, is going to be pretty intense. So keeping it right here with Fox Weather for more updates.
Yeah, it is true. Sometimes during the worst of events, right, you see the best of humanity. We say that often. And as we're taking a look at Bermuda, it is one of those islands that really is prepared and equipped for hurricanes. So we watch it carefully. And even with this live shot, those waves, they've been kind of picking up, I think, as we've worked into the afternoon. Still the sun's out and there's a little bit of a smear on the lens. I think that the glass, it's salt water, evaporated water, but the salt's still there. Yeah, that's what we're dealing with. You can almost taste it. The cove that's normally
you can usually see sand. You can't see any sand.
A little inlet, but you're not getting that. So as Humberto was lashing Bermuda yesterday, going through really a crazy transition into a post-tropical system, this one, Imelda, was gaining steam. And with these updates that we've had throughout the morning, even beginning yesterday, this has been a growing and strengthening hurricane.
Yes, and anticipated to continue to intensify all the way up through landfall, which is the kicker. There is a big difference between taking on a landfall of an intensifying hurricane versus a decaying one. If a hurricane's decaying, that eye wall is collapsing and you're not going to get the brunt of the wind that you would with a strengthening hurricane. Now, looking at the steering, it's so interesting and so much has gone into the track and where this thing's going. It's been very complicated for computer models to resolve. But just doing a little bit of nowcasting here, you can clearly see the absorption of Humberto. And then also it's like Imelda's being left behind. It'll be interesting to see how much of a tug we get from the trough.
I mean, it's true. What we saw, and this is just a 12-hour water vapor loop of what was Humberto and how with that trough we've seen it change. Imelda, uniquely enough, has been able to steer clear for now of that trough. So as it's been gaining some latitude and heading in the general direction of Bermuda, the forecasting intricacies pretty complex, especially with how would Humberto affect Imelda? How would that trough affect Imelda? That white, those white arrows that you see, that was sort of what looked as if Imelda
the trajectory
would do yesterday. Yeah, the red arrows is seemingly what we're seeing this morning and perhaps what the reality will have. With a weaker Humberto, it has less of an influence, bottom line, on Imelda's track.
And then it comes down to the trough, which is kind of like, magic timing when it comes to troughs and placement. So we'll see how close the core of Imelda gets to Bermuda. There's been a trend that the center will be south of the island, but the island itself still in the cone, so we could still have that direct landfall. No matter what we're talking about, big old hurricane, little island.
Yeah.
So without the landfall, we still have impacts. And this is going to be happening while folks are trying to sleep. It's probably the worst time. If you're going to have an intensifying landfall with a hurricane or any landfall with a hurricane, the last thing you want is in the middle of the night, but that's how it's going to work out.
Yeah, I hate that it is at night. But we see the hurricane warning is still in, and when we look at the cone, we still have Bermuda smack dab in the middle of it. And when we look at those impacts, well, this is a large storm. It's a unique look, and Brian had mentioned it. I'm glad he did, because I was all ears. When you're dealing with a landfalling system, we always talk about that right front quadrant. Now, it's obviously in relation to where the landfall occurs.
Yes.
But we would be looking in this zone. But because of the trough that we just highlighted, the northern side of this hurricane will actually be enhanced enough to where even if it does scrape to the south of Bermuda, we're going to feel some pretty big impacts because it is maybe getting the help
from the
or
trough,
the support from that trough.
Yeah,
you're getting that rising air.
I will say the last 3 hours, the northeast quadrant does look to be bolstering up just a little bit compared to, the past several hours. You can see more cloud cover showing up on satellite. The wave action has been there, is there. Keep in mind, we still have wave action from Humberto, even though it's no longer a tropical system. When it comes to wave energy and the integrity of that energy in the water, it doesn't just disappear. It stays out there. And in fact, even in the wake of Imelda, we will have powerful waves on the East Coast that last through the rest of the week. That's a long duration thing. I mean, think about throwing a rock into a pond. It doesn't go away. You see ripples and ripples and ripples that last for a long time.
Yeah, and this is also going to be lasting a minute too. I mean, we're talking next week. There could still be some, at the very least, remnants of Imelda, but really the next 24 hours are crucial here for Bermuda.
This is the land interaction.
We're looking at maybe the next 12 hours where we'll be paying attention to how it strengthens or how it maintains its Category 2 status. And then beyond that, there is a lot of spread, but
it doesn't really matter.
It's less important for
because now we're not talking about land interaction once we get past Bermuda. The consensus, by the way, nails Bermuda with a landfall. In terms of intensity, last discussion does mention that we could bump it up just a touch.
And finally, as we time this out, we're looking in about 12 hours, according to our Fox model, where we could see Hurricane Imelda get very close, passing just to the south of Bermuda.
During the day and then overnight tonight, the worst of it coming somewhere around midnight, a couple of hours either side, but it shouldn't last too long. Imelda will be moving fairly quickly on by, but it's going to bring a punch, we think, as we're starting to see the winds slowly go up. Right now, Hamilton, Bermuda, winds sustained 26 gusts to 38 miles per hour. The hurricane is here, the center of it, and it is, as the latest advisory, 100-mile-per-hour hurricane, but that's really concentrated right near the center. So this whole envelope of wind, while impactful, is not the really, really intense stuff. What I'm shaded here in the sort of darker red, that would be where basically the tropical storm force winds are, which is roughly about 40 miles per hour with gusts above that at times. The worst of all is really confined to right around there, and that's several hours away from Bermuda. In fact, as Imelda approaches, by the way, there is Bermuda. You can see some slots here of relatively good weather. Hardly any cloud at all. Now, it's breezy and in some cases windy there, but the weather for the most part on the leading up here to Imelda is not all that bad. There is the very strong wind right in here, and that will pass very close to, we think, Bermuda, again, right around midnight. So the weather will go rapidly downhill, get worse quickly, and that's where you need to hold on tight and watch those winds potentially gust over hurricane force. We'll see about that.
All right, well, new at 3 o'clock, new video into our newsroom of the coast of North Carolina. Several homes high on stilts seen collapsing in rough waves. There's that video. And this is in the state's Outer Banks. Luckily, no one was in those homes at that time. Michael, Hurricane Imelda continues spinning out in the Atlantic near Bermuda.
Yeah, that's right, Lulu. You also have the remnants of Humberto, and both of them are continuing to throw a lot of northeast swell, crashing waves, rip currents up and down the coast from Maine, right on down here into South Florida, and it's going to be around for several days. So there's Imelda. Imelda actually got stronger today. Top winds are now 100 miles an hour with gusts to 120. It's a Category 2, bearing down on Bermuda, which is under a hurricane warning. It's 270 miles west-southwest of that tiny island nation state. So it will be impacting that area through tomorrow, and then it will gradually dissipate to a remnant low, but still a big powerful gale maker over the North Atlantic as we go through the late week and on into the weekend. Here is what's left of Humberto. Man, Humberto, remember, this is a formidable Category 5 just days ago. Now it's just been reduced to remnants. Top winds are now down to 70 miles an hour, moving rapidly east-northeast at 23, with the lowest pressure on Humberto at 980 millibars. And Hurricane Center not tracking it more past tonight. The last advisory has been issued. So here we are. It's October 1st. So far, we've had 9 named storms, 3 major hurricanes. It continues to be below average. Normally, we have about 11 storms this time of year. The next name on the list is Jerry. Is Jerry out there anywhere? Right now, Hurricane Center doesn't see anything within the next week or more. However, during this 3rd and 4th weeks of October, you notice we need to concentrate on the southwest Gulf, the northwest Caribbean, and especially in the week from October 15th on, that's when we're probably going to be seeing something developing in that region out there. And in October, we typically look in the tropics. October is usually the busiest hurricane month for Florida, so we're certainly not out of the woods yet, despite the fact that we've been lucky so far and it's been below average.
That right there, it's a peculiar look. You've got what was a formidable hurricane in Humberto just got shredded by that dip in the jet stream, that trough, and that same process is going to play out again, but probably not completely until that storm in Imelda is on the opposite side of Bermuda. Let's get into that. Let's bring in Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. It's a pretty funky look right there. It's amazing to see, but unfortunately for the folks there on Bermuda, as far as real-world impacts, not a ton is changing. These are hurricane conditions on the way.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really nasty night there. In spite of the fact the storm is already beginning to transition, it's being affected by the weather systems pushing in from the north, the one that snatched Humberto and captured it and is moving it off. And now they're pressing in on Imelda, but not in time, it doesn't look like. Look at the satellite right now, and you can see right there, that's the center. And notice it's way over on the right side, on the front side of the system. The back side of the system is more intense and stronger, and that front side being eroded is part of that front pushing in. 100-mile-an-hour winds is the estimate from the Hurricane Center. The hurricane hunters just arrived in the storm. We don't have anything more or less than that to say about it yet. They just got there, east-northeast at 22, and there's that low pressure. So within the next hour or so, I think we'll have more data from the hurricane hunters. Looking at this close up here, and you can see the front. Look at the front right there. That's it. That's the polar front pushing in here with the dry and relatively cool air. So the weather up there is different than the weather down here, which is tropical. And here you can see the outer bands of Imelda pushing in on Bermuda now. And the center, see the eyes right there? And then the strongest cells are back in this part, back in here. So it looks like after the center goes by is when the strongest winds are likely to occur based on what we're seeing right now. Here's the latest observation coming out of the airport there on the kind of northeast side of Bermuda. 43-mile-per-hour gusts, so tropical storm force gusts in this kind of ragged band here. There's the front. That's how close this whole thing is. When the front gets down and really mixes with the storm, which looks like it's going to happen as early as tomorrow morning or early afternoon, then that will change the character of this thing completely and stretch out the energy, and the wind speeds will go down. But this is the hurricane right here. That's the front. Not quite for Bermuda, which is right there. It's an amazing timing.
Most everything firing up later on this evening across Lee County and Collier County, and now offshore from Monroe County on the west coast. But for us, working to dry things out as we head through the overnight hours. Friends, it is downright windy tonight in Bermuda, and that's putting it lightly. Got a Cat 2 hurricane going right over top of Bermuda right now. Winds at 100 miles per hour. That is a storm-hardy island, but boy, talk about hitting the bullseye there across the western Atlantic. Go into the tropical Atlantic. This is new information tonight. The tropical weather outlook, about a 20% chance. Let's follow this through the weekend into next week to see if there's any potential development out here across the tropical Atlantic waters.
Well, some new video to share with you. This from Cross Island, Bermuda. This as Hurricane Imelda just inches closer and closer.
The Bermuda Electric Light Company sharing this video and letting people know that the winds, unfortunately too high in some areas for their crews to be out there working to restore power. So the winds will have to come down a little bit before they can actually get out there and get the lights back on.
Makes sense. You are watching Weather Unfiltered here on a Wednesday. I'm Alex Wilson with Mike Bettis, our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. We're going to see Imelda's worst impacts here in the coming hours to the island of Bermuda.
Next few hours could be really tough, unfortunately. We've got long-lasting effects here in the U.S. as well. But let's get to the immediate issues with Imelda. Dr. Knabb is with us this evening. Dr. Knabb, you look at what's coming. Are we feeling pretty confident that the eye is going to go to the south or right over Bermuda, and what effect would that bring?
I think it'll go over or just south, but that might not be good because the northern and western eye wall look to be the strongest part of this hurricane because it's getting more asymmetric, the early stages of extratropical transition. So that means as the center goes by, that might only be the first half, and the second half of the storm overnight might be the worst. So we are about 3.5 hours, give or take, from the center making its closest pass to Bermuda. There's the upper level jet stream pattern that is kind of, causing the hurricane to lose some of its symmetric, round kind of structure with the eye wall. But that does not mean it's not going to pack that punch. And the combined systems, Humberto that's now absorbed in the front, and Imelda still producing that northeasterly flow, pairing up with that high over Canada, and the waves have been generated and are filling up the entire western Atlantic with a lot of winds between Imelda and the East Coast. But obviously, the strongest winds here on the northern and western side, and the eastern side's no picnic either. We've got the tropical storm force winds already affecting Bermuda. So what can we expect on Bermuda? I think the structural damage should be generally minor because of the strong building codes. But as we've seen, we're going to have some power outages. We're going to have some downed trees. We're going to have some debris on the roads. Maybe some minor roof damage. But the other thing is all those waves that are already crashing onto Bermuda, that could cause some damage to boats. Boats could be grounded, boats could be damaged or destroyed depending upon where people have put them. So that's another thing that the wave action is going to do.
Good morning. Thanks for staying with us here on Fox Weather First. I'm Britta Merwin alongside Craig Herrera. We are still tracking Hurricane Imelda. That's not only making waves along the East Coast, but it has slammed Bermuda during the overnight hours, still producing some strong winds this morning. Yeah, you can see the video, right? Wind howling over Bermuda this morning, but the worst is now behind the island as Imelda continues to rush off towards the east. It's down to a Cat 1, winds at 85 miles per hour. Man, this storm is booking it. It's so interesting to talk to Haley Meyer, a meteorologist that wrote out the storm, and you'll see her live reports on Fox Weather today and, of course, Fox Business, Fox News Channel. She described it as a very quick hit, which is exactly what you would anticipate given the forward motion. Now that forward motion is up to 30 miles per hour. It is truly booking it. To see it still hold on to its tropical characteristics, Craig, and move at that motion is so impressive.
Amazing what the jet will do, right? It's like a conveyor belt, if you will. You put something on there, and guess what? It just speeds up, and the faster the belt is moving, that faster that storm's going to move. This is impressive, though. How about this? An elevated site, the National Museum, they're about 30 feet up or so, a 99-mile-per-hour wind gust in the past 24 hours. It's impressive.
Yeah, at the airport, they clocked 56-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Now we still have a tropical storm warning in place, so the hurricane warnings have dropped because we're no longer anticipating hurricane force wind gusts.
And you're like, well, why is it in if there's no other land areas threatened? Because Bermuda still has tropical storm warnings. That's why you still get an intermediate advisory. So this thing is racing away on off toward the northeast. Notice it's starting to get stretched quite a bit in through here. And here's the visible imagery of this. And so, I mean, if you really start taking a look at this, what's happening is you're getting more of a frontal system. All right? You're getting more of a frontal system here. So it's becoming an extratropical cyclone from a tropical cyclone. And this happens a lot of times when you get these tropical systems from the deep tropics that come up and mix with the, mid-latitude jet stream. And I wanted you guys to notice, too, off of this is this tail that goes all the way back into the Bahamas. So it is off of this tail that we may get something to develop, a weak area of low pressure that will get pushed across Florida. We'll talk more about that later, but I wanted you to see that tail. So again, you see the track south of Bermuda, about midnight, their time, is when it moved just to the south. We had a low pressure peak, well, I guess low pressure point, and then it started back up again. But the highest wind gusts at the National Museum of Bermuda and also here over towards Sam Halls Bay at 78 miles per hour. Some of the higher elevations, again, up there around 102, but about 18,000 customers without power. We are still gusting behind this thing, all right? Strongest wind gusts are out at the Royal Navy Yard at about 55, 56 miles per hour, but they're in Hamilton, which, if you've never been there, think like Chatham, Massachusetts, but with hills. Okay, that's kind of what it reminds me of. Anyway, there you see the low, and of course, Imelda working its way off to the north. We've got high pressure, which is building down into New England, as Steph talked about. A massive pressure gradient. Look at all the stratocumulus clouds coming across the Atlantic. Those are all coming from air being blown over, cool air being blown over the warm air, and you're getting these huge stratocu. Winds are out of the northwest now in Bermuda, so are the showers as they come in on the Bermuda radar. They will get less and less as we go on through the day today, but as you can see, we also start to see the wind get less and less. We should be extratropical easily, actually, by the time we get into Friday morning. You can have an extratropical cyclone with hurricane winds. All right, and that's what we're probably going to see. So here are these other two areas that we're watching. I just explained to you off the tail of Imelda where this next one may come from, okay? And then we have a wave that we're waiting to come off the coast as we get in toward the weekend. And once it does, it'll move toward the Lesser Antilles, probably about a week from today.
Winds gusting to about 120 miles per hour as Imelda made its closest approach. About 1,000 people ended up losing power at the height of the storm, and dozens spent the night in an emergency shelter that the government had opened. But Jen, it looks like, all indications are that we kind of made it through in Bermuda relatively well.
Yeah, I think so. We still have a couple of showers out there. I'm going to show you the satellite in a moment, but we got swiped by what was a Category 2. It was nearby, but, it weakened quickly. It didn't stay very long. And I think that's the most important part, is that you didn't spend a lot of time in the hurricane conditions here in Bermuda. Here is where we are right now with Imelda. And so Imelda is on its way well away. It doesn't have that look anymore. It is now post-tropical, so it's losing its tropical characteristics. But you can see left behind it just the general circulation and this stratocumulus and cumulus cloud field that we have overhead. Might be still bringing a few showers out there, but nothing really that significant. Again, all the energy that's with Imelda as it continues to weaken both in wind strength and now it is post-tropical, it's accelerating away, moving now at 29 miles per hour. And that's one thing about Bermuda. We are right in the crosshairs of so many tropical systems, but usually by this point in the life of a hurricane or tropical system, it's starting to become extratropical, and it's really accelerating because of the steering flow and the jet stream winds. So this is where the track was of the center. We know a hurricane is not just the center. It's a much bigger system than that. But the center did track just south. So we didn't get the eye passing right over. We didn't get in the clear here. We did have winds, though, that were quite strong, 99 at the National Museum of Bermuda and 78 miles per hour at Sam Halls Bay. But since it didn't stay very long on the island, there was not significant damage. I did see some reports of power outages. Again, nothing real significant. Thankfully, no casualties that came out of this as well. All right, so Imelda's on the move away from Bermuda and into the northern Atlantic, and the winds will continue to decrease in strength, but oftentimes these storms often grow in wingspan a little bit as they get into the northern Atlantic, but it will not be a threat to land. It will be a threat to shipping concerns up across this area. The models are all in agreement about this, both with the direction and the strength, and you can see the strength continuing to weaken as we go out beyond this week into the weekend, even into Monday. Again, tracking it as an
extratropical system at this point since it's lost its characteristics.
Debris was not only along the beach, it was also getting pushed pretty far inland. You know, the houses are pretty tightly packed back there, and you got a lot of the wood debris that's in between the houses. And the problem is, you know, they want to get in there and clean things up, but the surf is so dangerous right now. They got to wait until it starts to calm down a little bit. Again, that's not going to be until the weekend, so it's a couple more days of all that. Let's talk about the rest of the Atlantic. We've got a couple areas to watch. Yeah, things touch on the active side. One wave coming off the west coast of Africa. The wave is about here-ish right now, and there's a 30% chance now that that could develop over the next few days. I want to start, though, with this. This is the newest one that's on the map. And yes, you see Florida, the state of Florida is within the yellow. It's within the lemon, as I like to call it. Let's focus in on this one here. This is basically the idea that there is a front that's sitting over South Florida. That's kind of its own story. There's going to be a lot of rain and wind no matter what. It's already very windy there right now. We've had on and off showers, and that's only going to continue over the next few days. But there's a slight chance that at some point we could get a little area of low pressure that develops out here that may try to briefly become a tropical depression or a tropical storm. 10% chance. I think that's low enough of a chance that I wouldn't be getting too worried about the possibility of some kind of significant tropical storm or hurricane, at least as of right now. Let's just focus in on what we know the impacts are going to be regardless. And this is actually really interesting because everything is so connected. Here's Imelda. Remember, this is what we were covering last night as it was moving through Bermuda as a hurricane. Not a tropical system anymore. It's broken down, but there's a big front that extends down to the south of what used to be Imelda. This is what we tend to see when a storm goes from tropical to non-tropical, and this is one of the telltale signs. You start to see fronts develop. And so you've got this big front here, and it's actually kind of sagging back into this region. Now, it still has some development to go over the next few days over here, but the problem is the water is very warm off the southeast coast and in the eastern Gulf, and areas of low pressure like to form along fronts. And there is going to be some kind of area of low pressure that develops around that region. The question is it going to be directly over land? Does it end up out over the water and have a little bit more of a chance at actually becoming a tropical system? But I just find it so fascinating going from this, what we had a couple of days ago, to this, where unfortunately the satellite cuts off over here. But that's the remnants of Humberto headed toward Western Europe. You've got Imelda. Remember, these were just two twin storms that were spinning around each other off the southeast coast over the last few days. And now you've got this network of fronts. Look at this. Let's actually draw this as a warm front. Let's draw that as a warm front there, this as a cold front. You've got your area of low pressure up here. You got your leftover low up here. And then at some point, we're going to get some kind of area of low pressure that develops along that front. I mean, it spans a very long area. We're talking almost like 4,500 miles. So it's very, very impressive overall.
Well, new today, reanalysis done by the National Weather Service has found that this tornado that touched down in Enderlin, North Dakota this summer was, in fact, an EF5. And notable because the NWS and Grand Forks say that after they worked with the wind damage experts looking for specifically what it took for this tornado to derail a train, lofting some cars in the air, even tossing one more than 450 feet, it ends our very lengthy streak of no EF5 tornadoes that we've talked about earlier this year.
Really amazing to think that we have gone 12 plus years without an EF5 tornado. The last EF5 tornado that we had was back in May of 2013. You might remember the Moore, Oklahoma tornado, but when you look at scenes like this, you're probably going, it just seems like it was. Yeah. So it's good, you know, going back and looking at the data, looking at all the different things look at that train car there. Look how far it was thrown.
From the rest of the train. Yeah.
Amazing.
And here you're looking at, you know, what appears to be fairly open field, not a ton of trees. So there wasn't, you know, at least at this scene, a lot of indicators to work with because you're looking at damage. What you're looking for are structures. How significantly were they damaged? But here again, in working with wind experts and what's it going to take to throw something like this? That far, they determined it was, in fact, an EF5 tornado.
Winds estimated to be more than 210 miles per hour.
Really intense. And we do have some video. Now, this happened at night, making it even more terrifying. You know, we talk about tornadoes during the day. Yeah, they're scary. Imagine this. This is a doorbell camera capturing that tornado. So you can see the supercell up here. And wow, look at that tornado moving. Or actually, there's the wall cloud and then the tornado.
Think about how stacked that wall cloud is. It's a really thick wall cloud. The tornado's sitting underneath that. And this honestly was not on the ground for as long as you might think. It was a relatively short amount of time, but while it was on the ground, it was incredibly intense.
Yeah, really, really incredible, because you look at that and you go, wow, is that, it almost looks like a mushroom. There's your wall cloud. Again, there's your supercell thunderstorm. And beneath that, just beyond the trees, of course, that storm doing all of that damage that we saw now in the aftermath.
It's got to be one of the greatest videos ever captured by a doorbell cam.
Can you imagine? Oh my gosh.
Insane, right?
Yeah, you get up in the morning, you hear about the storm, and you go, oh, let me see what I got for my camera. And there it is. As Mike mentioned, the last time we saw an EF5 tornado was in May 2013 in Moore, Oklahoma. 24 people died in that storm, and more than 200 others were hurt. Of course, we had crews there, you know, following the story of the elementary school that was hit hard. And then, Mike, there were no EF5 tornadoes until, again, now June of this year. Now we've gone back and rated this an EF5 as well.
You know, that one was, you know, very dramatic, and it was very tragic for so many of the folks that live there in central Oklahoma, because they've gone through this time and time again. And the span that we had gone then, 12 years, was the longest span, the longest drought, if you will, between EF5 tornadoes. Now, you take a look at the numbers here. We'd gone 4,414 days without a tornado until the one there in Enderlin, North Dakota. The previous record, 2,923. So we went a really, really long time, and we're not complaining, certainly not by any means, but now you can see the number of EF5s or F5 tornadoes that we've had since 1950. And the one we had in Enderlin, way up here, it is one of the northernmost intense tornadoes that we've ever seen in this country. Again, looking at the stats, winds 210 plus miles per hour, only on the ground for a little over 12 miles. The width, though, about a mile wide, and look at the curvature to that. Then you take a look at the tornado that we had back in Moore. It was on the ground for 17 miles, 1.1 miles wide. Wind speeds here, 210 plus, and you can see the track that was a little straighter coming right through Moore. So we rate tornadoes on the enhanced Fujita scale, EF scale. It's a 0 to 5 scale, 0 being the weakest of tornadoes, and 5s, of course, being the strongest. Framed homes are swept away, severe structural deformation to high-risk buildings, and then incredible phenomenon will occur, including stuff like, you know, throwing train cars 450 feet or more, right? And if you look at the stats of tornadoes by decade, at least the really strong tornadoes, we had 60 total since 1950, big numbers in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And we've gotten a lot more stringent with our criteria. We went from the Fujita scale to the enhanced Fujita scale when they redid it. And notice that we've had some down years and some up years. We had in the 1990s, we had 10 different F5 tornadoes. And then low numbers in the early 2000s. 2010s, we had 7, a large number of that happening during the super outbreak, and then Joplin and El Reno tornado. And then over the last 5 years, 6 years actually, we've had only 1. We actually like to keep that trend going if we can. But again, new today, our first EF5 tornado in 12 years.
You know, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and that's why, again, through Friday, some of those totals could get up into that 2 to 3 plus inch range there in South Florida. Parts of the Georgia coastline, much of South Carolina, looking at up to an inch. Now, Dr. Nab, we of course watch the tropics here. We talked about it at the start of the show. During the month of October, can't let our guard down, and we've got some areas to watch.
Yeah, and we've had lots of disturbances just south of Florida or over Florida, south of that high, trying to do something besides cause everybody some rain. And hopefully that's what this is limited to here in the southwest Gulf over the next couple of days. We had a 10% chance of development in the northern Gulf and over Florida late last week, but I think this particular setup has a greater chance of the probability going up a little bit. So why is that? Because it's a more robust area of low pressure, and it has the terrain of Mexico that could cause more quick spin up here in the Bay of Campeche than would happen in other places without those mountain effects. Also, attached to the same overall trough of low pressure is an area that is likely to develop on the East Pacific side. So sometimes these troughs move along. Northern piece can develop on the Atlantic side. Southern piece can develop on the Pacific side. On the Atlantic Basin side, the Northwest Caribbean and the Gulf are super warm, mostly untapped by hurricanes this year. And this is going to be fuel once it gets over Yucatan. So the thunderstorms and the low pressure trough are over Yucatan tonight. Then by tomorrow, it'll have a couple of days, roughly speaking, over the warm waters of the Bay of Campeche. You can see the turning of the winds and the high moisture content associated with this double-barreled trough of low pressure. One fly in the ointment, which is in our favor and working against this system developing, is this upper-level low over the Bay of Campeche right now. So how is that going to play out? So you can see that upper-level trough in the dashed white lines there. The colors are the low-level spin. Once it tries to get out here over the southern Bay of Campeche, the upper-level winds start to get a little more conducive. That upper low starts to weaken, and we start to have some outflow in all directions. So that could weaken the wind shear. So the question will be, can it, in the 2 days it has over water, take advantage of upper-level winds that get a little more conducive? And again, the mountains of Mexico can cause the winds to turn back around and have a chance for quick spin-ups, which this area is notorious for. Mike, meanwhile, on the other side of Mexico, we're likely to get another storm in the East Pacific.
They're going rapid fire there in the Eastern Pacific, but we've got more trouble potentially in the Atlantic Basin. We'll talk about that here in just a sec. If you look at the historical activity that we have in the Atlantic Basin, about 20% is still to go. About, 1 in 5 chance. I don't even say 1 in 5 chance necessarily, but about 4/5 of the season is behind us, Dr. Nab. So you think we're on the downtrend here. There can be an uptick in October, and we've seen that happen time and time again. So we can't take our eyes off the tropics, and we're looking at 95L, which got a solid chance of being our next tropical system.
Yeah, one of the problems with the rest of the season, though, is a lot of systems can form close to land, like we just talked about near the Gulf, and as we'll talk about later, near the East Coast. But we still have our main development region out in the tropical Atlantic that in recent years has stayed active into October more than it used to in the past. So I think if you were to look at the last 15, 20 years, Mike, that 22% is probably a little bit of a higher number in recent years. Right. How busy October and November have been recently.
Well, sea surface temperatures have been trending really, really warm, even late into the season. But if you look at 95L in particular, we've seen this general path before.
We have.
Every storm before it seems like.
So you know what I like to do? I go look at history in the waffle cone, right? Look at all-time tropical cyclone behavior, and there we go. So let's go back, because I want to show you all of the storms that have formed in this area in this next week on the calendar. It is. Now, a few of them, if they formed far enough south, went west, but most of them have formed northeast of the Caribbean, like this one probably will do, and most of them have turned. Bermuda would certainly be in play. But Mike, here's an interesting stat. No system that has formed in this area has made landfall in the continental U.S. since the late 1800s. But Bermuda has been hit several times. In fact, remember Faye and Gonzalo in 2014 when Bermuda got hit back-to-back in less than a week? Both of them formed in this week in this area.
But knowing those stats, that would seem to bode well for the U.S.
Yeah, but not so for Bermuda. And I think Bermuda is the land area that has the greatest chance of being affected by 95L. But I wanted to show you the storms that did make it to the continental U.S. And this is amazing how small Bermuda is, and they can get hit twice in a week, and they could get hit again after the season they've had. So a lot of the systems that have formed in this area have hit Bermuda in a variety of ways. But look at how long it's been since anything in this area to watch this time of year has reached the U.S. It's rare.
150 years in essence, right? So knowing that and knowing how good we've gotten at forecasting, you would tend to believe that this is not going to come our way.
It is not likely to make it to the continental U.S., but the islands are definitely in play. But, Mike, the reason that it is probably going to develop, maybe even into a hurricane or major, is because the waters are still super warm. But the reason it's not going to make it to the continental U.S. is because of this big system going across the U.S. That is the main feature that will turn it. But That's good news, but there is a bad side to this
There's a
trough.
catch. Yes, so play this out. You're going to see, what may even become a hurricane, right? But it's what happens along boundaries that get laid down here.
Yep, so that boundary that's near Florida all week, here comes that trough in front and another trough behind it, and you start to get development right off the southeast coast. Now, it might not initially be fully tropical, but could it make that transition and be very impactful on the east coast again?
Both the models are hinting that something is going to form here, which would mean onshore flow, which means storm surge, beach erosion, windy conditions. That's not good.
No, it's not good, and the GFS is right. It could go farther north than this.
Breaking news right now in the tropics. What was an area to watch is now a tropical storm. Skipped right over the tropical depression stage, and we now have Tropical Storm Jerry.
Tropical Storm Jerry out there in the Atlantic, in a place where we've seen tropical systems so far this year, and probably moving in a similar way to earlier tropical systems this year so far.
It's amazing, this playbook that has been put out there. Mother Nature seems to keep checking in and following it.
Seems to be locked in.
Yeah.
And Jen, we'll get to that in a second. Thank you very much. So let's have a look at the most recent advisory now from the National Hurricane Center on Tropical Storm Jerry. If you're just joining us, they're the Lesser Antilles, the easternmost islands of the Caribbean. We're talking about roughly right now over 1,000 miles east of the island. So absolutely no direct weather impacts being felt at all in any of those Caribbean islands from developing tropical Cyclone Jerry as a 45-mile-per-hour fledgling system, I'll call it, because it's actually not really that super well organized right now. Yes, there's some things on the satellite presentation suggesting that it's got some room for development and room for growth. No doubt. The outflow pattern here, the clouds at the highest altitudes are kind of flaring off in all kinds of directions, suggesting it's breathing pretty well. But those thunderstorms are yet to be really particularly durable, which is something that you need to be associated with that upper level outflow pattern in order to sustain that intensity and intensification. So we'll see. It will get stronger, we think, but let's talk about where it's going to go. And this is what Jen and I were mentioning. It's probably going to go roughly along the same trajectory that so many of its predecessors have this season. There it will be, we think, as we go into, gosh, just a couple days from now, well north of the islands. Probably not, if this forecast verifies, really impacting weather-wise the islands, except maybe the far northeastern corner there of the Caribbean. But then this thing probably takes a hard north turn and then northeastward, and maybe by the end of this weekend finds itself way out in the Atlantic, tangled up in a frontal zone, and probably rapidly becoming extratropical, and then once again, maybe headed over toward Europe. You can see the jet stream shape, which we're pretty confident in by the weekend, looking something like that, protecting once again the East Coast. We've seen a lot of those troughs along the East Coast this hurricane season, and they seem to show up when there's a tropical cyclone offshore, leading to this kind of behavior. Here's Jerry's cone, and you can see, heads up if you have interest in Bermuda, we could perhaps see a close encounter late in the weekend with a tropical cyclone, a hurricane in this case, all a possibility there as it moves northward, but unlikely to come anywhere near the east coast of the U.S., much like the systems so far this hurricane season have done. Boy, if you blur your eyes, don't you see that kind of track in front of you? Doesn't that seem to be the dominant mode? It does. And it's in part thanks to the upper troughs that we've seen repeatedly move into the eastern U.S. Now, there's one more area to watch for. Send it over. Jen and Alex is right here in the, well, actually now probably over land, over the Yucatan, and heading westbound into Mexico with not much of a chance, not much room for development. But I do want to point out, this is a very dangerous area of the tropical world. You can get development to occur really quickly in the southernmost part of the Gulf of Mexico. So maybe it goes higher than 10%, but probably heading into Mexico thereafter. Jen and Alex.
Up the East Coast, this was actually going to help steer in drier air from the north, and that's going to result in more in the way of sunshine, lower rain chances, and even lower humidity by the end of the weekends. Meanwhile, in the tropics, we have Tropical Storm Jerry here, 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm, moving off toward the west-northwest. Could get pretty close to the Leeward Islands as we work our way toward Friday. Forecast to be a Category 1 hurricane by then, so the center of the storm could get pretty close. Really, anywhere within this cone is where the most likely track of the center will be, and then it takes a turn toward the north and eventually toward the east by next week. Could get close to Bermuda, but the most likely track is for it to be east of there. Tropical storm alerts in effect, though. Anywhere in blue is where there's a tropical storm watch, really from Anguilla all the way down toward Guadalupe. So while the center of the storm could get pretty close, there will be that potential for at least tropical storm force winds for any of these islands late in the week.
But anytime overnight, we could see some passing downpours. We have a line of showers moving there through the Florida Keys. Quickly, I want to address Jerry. This is a tropical storm getting stronger, though. 11 o'clock advisory now, winds up to 65 miles per hour. Moving off to the northwest, we are going to see our next hurricane of the season develop over the course of the next day or so as it turns to the northwest, passing adjacent to the northern islands here, the northern Leeward Islands, where a tropical storm watch is in effect. But as we look down the line, the system should curve to the east, pulling well to the east of Bermuda. This will not be a problem for the U.S.
Now, we don't expect flooding rains here because it's kind of been drought conditions, so the land is pretty dry. But look at this, 3 to 5 inches of rain. So some urban flooding is possible with this kind of rain. Okay, let's go down to the tropics, the real tropics, sort of, even though this is a weirdo storm. All right, here's Jerry with 65-mile-an-hour winds, even though it doesn't look like it, 1,000 millibars. But hurricane hunters have been working hard to really check this out. Here you see the center is right about in there. Here are the islands, and then but the hurricane hunters have found the strongest winds out in here. So the strongest winds are on the other side from the islands. There's the radar, and there's where the National Hurricane Center puts the center. And you see it's all on the other side, just some showers here on this backside over the islands. So good news there. There's where the analysis is, the tropical storm force winds. So you see just offshore of Antigua and Barbuda, and maybe they get brushed with tropical storm force gusts, but just not much on that left side of the storm. Looking forward, that storm goes north and it misses Bermuda, becomes a hurricane for a while, but anyway, not a factor. And we do have this thing way up here that has a 10% chance of becoming some kind of a named system, but anyway, it's way up there over cold water. It won't last very long, even if it does. One of those sort of flash in the pan things, and only a 10% chance of that.
Over the next 12 hours and then by the afternoon, a little bit more hit or miss activity for the area, so definitely keep the umbrella close by. As for the tropics, we have brand new subtropical storm Karen that just developed, which means it gets its energy source from another source. So it has a cooler core. It's going to move away into the northern Atlantic, eventually into some cooler waters. No impacts to us here across the United States or towards Europe, but just something that we will be watching. It might be gone by this time tomorrow. And then well to its south, we have Tropical Storm Jerry still, and this will continue to advance off towards the northwest, eventually curving and making that signature move out to sea, but it can become the next hurricane of this season. We're going to take another look at the tropics and then look at when we can expect to see the drier weather making a return.
Keep the rain chance at 30% this morning, then increase it to 40 and 50% after that as things start to get pretty interesting here weather-wise later today as that front gets a lot closer. I'll break that down more coming up in just a few minutes in Maine weather. First of all, now I want to take a look at your tropical update. We've got not one but two. We have a weather Karen out there. We do. We had Karen last night. Anyway, you can see a few leftover tropical storm watches and warnings for the northeastern Caribbean Sea from Tropical Storm Jerry with winds of 50 miles an hour now. And it's no longer expected to become a hurricane. The 5 o'clock advisory, they've taken that out of the forecast. There's the radar. Still a lot of rain over the northeastern Caribbean Sea. And there's weather Karen. You can see 45-mile-an-hour winds way out there north of the Azores. So we've made it up to the letter K so far. My weekend forecast in just a few minutes.
All right, good morning, everybody. It is this October nor'easter that has been all the conversation this week, in addition to the big rain we're getting in the southwest. I want to focus on what's ongoing in Florida this morning. We've got the wind that's really kicked up with that passage of a cold front. Feeling that north wind this morning, dropping our dew points for sure, making it feel more fall-like all the way down into Florida. But look what's happening here on the northeast coast. Boy, do we have some convection and a flood threat that is basically ongoing. These heavy rainfall rates have been intense around Daytona Beach. Now sliding down the Space Coast. As you can see, we've got the heaviest rainfall, which is in that little red area that has just been persistent. Also, St. Augustine, you're getting this flow coming right in the I-95 corridor, and that's going to be causing a flood threat if that continues. And as of right now, it looks like it will continue. Boy, oh boy, do we have heavy rain over the Keys. We've got so much storminess that's actually drifting northward towards Miami. Just kind of notice how this is creeping northward, and we'll continue to give you guys heavy rain all across this section of the Sunshine State, where we're kind of waiting for this formation of this nor'easter. So right now we have this spin currently taking place between Georgia and Alabama. And as it migrates off the southeast coast, it'll sit there for a couple of days, funneling in the moisture to South Carolina, North Carolina. We could be looking at 6, 7, 8 inches of rainfall over the next couple of days, depending on how long it sits there. So we do know the overall plan is to have it there for a couple of days before it migrates up into the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. Coastal flood warning in effect right now. Still keeping an eye on the St. Johns River, where it's just been continuing to swell past its banks. And with that east wind that's so persistent, it just keeps a lot of that water from exiting into the Atlantic. We've got coastal flood warnings all the way up the South Carolina coast. Also, the advisories for much of the tidewater around North Carolina and Virginia. This is your high-pressure ridge, which is actually shifting eastward. As that happened, that allows this low to move its way northward and become our nor'easter. So this is almost going to be like a tropical system in a way, where it's just going to wreck our beaches. We've already seen that this morning with our live shot with Justin Michaels, and even seeing the addition of flood threats up around Charleston with Reynolds Wolf. But look at this low pressure system by early next week. That wind is going to be causing big problems. I plan for power outages and rough travel.
Ranges from up to 3 feet to up to 4 feet above the normal high tide, which will cause major flooding in some areas. And then there's some rain on top of that. Quick mention of the tropics here. The Jerry is moving out, but look at the moisture tail here. Up to 6 inches of rain, especially in Barbuda. 4 inches in other places, flooding as you saw on Antigua. So this is going to be an issue until it falls completely away. It's now not expected to become a hurricane, and it's going to miss Bermuda, so that's good. This storm in the northern Atlantic, never have we had a named storm this far north and east. Subtropical storm Karen out of a big upper-level low-pressure system there. There you see it. It's cranking pretty good, but the winds are not concentrated near the center. They're out. That's why it's called subtropical storm Karen. Stephen?
Would not have expected Karen to be assigned to this storm. Was thinking, maybe there'd be another one later in the season, but that's ultimately what happened. So according to the National Hurricane Center, Brian, with this nor'easter that we're tracking, not much in the way of uncertainty remains. It looks like it could be a pretty significant impact storm. I guess if there's been any sort of trend, is it that those strongest winds might be a little farther to the north? Because I remember yesterday we were talking that maybe it's the tidewaters of Virginia that we have to watch for, but it really looks like it's going to crank a little closer to Long Island.
It is time now for your tropical update.
Hurricane specialist and storm surge expert Michael Laurie is here to show us what he's watching. Michael.
Louis, down to one named storm in the Atlantic. Let's get to the latest on Tropical Storm Jerry. This one to the north of the islands. Nothing really changing here at 5 o'clock. This one's going to be pulling away from the islands and then moving to the east of Bermuda. No threat to land from this one. Going to be deflected out to sea from the United States. The storm, very short timer here, Karen, in the far North Atlantic, about as far as we've ever recorded a storm. That one is now post-tropical. So Janice and Louis, things quiet in the Atlantic. Things kind of throttling back as we get into the latter part of next week.
Es decir, que mientras el frente todavía esté pasando por nuestra región, vamos a estar experimentando algunas lluvias. Así que la mañana del sábado y sobre todo esta madrugada puede venir acompañada de algunas tormentas dispersas que se forman rápidamente y avanzan en nuestra dirección. No será sino como hasta después de las 5 de la tarde del sábado, donde vamos a comenzar a ver calma, y para el domingo la entrada de aire seco que nos va a permitir disfrutar de un día con cómodas temperaturas y también seco, donde no tendremos mucha actividad de lluvia. Así que para el sábado, lluvias en la mañana, todavía al mediodía pueden quedar tormentas aisladas. En el trópico, bueno, pues se formó Karen, pero ya también hoy pasó a ser un sistema posttropical. Lo que estamos vigilando todavía es Jerry, pero como saben, ese sistema se mueve en aguas abiertas del Atlántico para los próximos días. No representa un peligro para nosotros. Este fin de semana, corrientes de resaca en zonas del litoral, oleaje también entre 1 a 2 pies, vientos del sur en esta jornada de sábado girarán del norte para el domingo y temperaturas agradables amaneciendo el domingo y también para el lunes.
It is an interesting start to your day. Some parts beautiful, some parts a little cloudy and gray. We have our meteorologist Amanda Pappas standing by with a look at that forecast.
Good morning. Yes, we do. Alexis and Michaela, it is going to be a beautiful day. Trust me. I know it looks like a mixed bag right now, and we do see a good amount of showers and storms, but this big old L, that is a nor'easter, and it is going to be impacting all of the eastern seaboard, including us right here at home in South Florida. It has a cold front attached to it, this nor'easter, and that front actually is going to bring us our first taste of fall. It's finally going to feel like fall around here, but we do see that out ahead of the front. We always have storms and showers and even some fog we've seen throughout the morning because that's where all the moisture is, right? But behind the front, that's where we start to feel like fall. All the dry air is going to be moving through. You can see that on water vapor imagery. All that yellow was the dry air. So as that continues to filter in, we're going to see more and more sunshine. I can promise you that. We're starting off gloomy and cloudy, right? And we do see some showers and storms, but I can promise you things are about to get really good around here. 78, we're warming up quickly because we're seeing more of that sunshine for Miami. 78 as well for Fort Lauderdale. And then we also see 78 for Key West. So I would say that all throughout the day today, we are going to see more and more changes. And yes, we do have those scattered showers, but we are going to see those rain chances drop and that deep tropical moisture out of play. So speaking about the tropics, here's your tropical update. We have Tropical Storm Jerry that's turning right back out into sea. Not going to be an issue for us, which is wonderful. And then we also see for your tropical update that we do have this other area of yellow shaded in there. Just a cluster of thunderstorms. It is not a threat to us, thankfully. But in the longer term, we still have a long way to go. Hurricane season does not end, remember, until November 30th. But don't worry, I'm your girl. I got you covered along with the rest of the team. And I'll have a look at how cool our temperatures get after that front passes, all coming up.
In and around those high tide times again tomorrow morning. Jerry, the last advisory is issued here. It became a trough, no longer a storm, but now we have to watch what is out here in the Atlantic, a medium development potential with this area. But the front that we're talking about, you can see it with that line of clouds here. It should turn this to the north and keep it out over the Atlantic.
All right, let's talk about the tropics. We've got an area to watch in the Pacific. We've got Lorenzo, which was just named this morning. But believe it or not, the most interesting thing on the tropical map right now is this. And I'll show you why in just a second. So here's Lorenzo, like Jerry, which croaked over the weekend, is sheared a little bit. We've got some southwesterly shear that's, kind of blowing this apart a little bit or keeping it very uneven. Notice on the eastern side of it, that's where all the weather is. The western side of it is pretty clear right now. So it's a lopsided tropical storm. But Hurricane Center goes to 70 miles an hour with this thing, so tropical storm. They keep it at TS. The Google barely makes it a tropical storm at all, and then they weaken it. But what's kind of wild is the post ride after 5 days, where it actually comes back down and heads off toward the southwest. Now, I don't know if that's going to actually happen, but I'll show you this on the models, okay? So there's Lorenzo. There's this new wave that's just coming off of Africa. It doesn't look like much at all for a while, but notice how Lorenzo comes north. Here's our nor'easter, all right, coming east to really shove it away. But yeah, that's it, making a loop-the-loop here and coming back around to where it started. How wild is that? Meanwhile, what is this? It's not often you have a Cabo Verde wave that comes all the way across, untouched. But the guidance shows it for a while. Same thing with the GFS. The nor'easter comes out to meet Lorenzo, picks it up, and then spits it out. And it goes right around the subtropical ridge and heads back toward the west. And here comes this wave. So this will be the thing to watch as we get into next week, potentially.
Let's turn now to a quick check on the tropics.
Betty Davis here with your tropical update. Hey, Betty.
Hey, Tropical Storm Lorenzo. It is the only game in town, but it's way out over the tropical Atlantic. The new advisory is in. It's gotten a little stronger. By satellite presentation, it seems it is presenting some deeper thunderstorm activity, deeper convection near the center. Anyways, maximum sustained winds are near 60 miles per hour as it moves northwest at 13 miles per hour. As of this advisory, it's 1,200 miles plus west of the Cabo Verde Islands. The first forecast track takes it north to northeastward over the next several days, looping it around over the eastern Atlantic. And based on this forecast track through Saturday, it's not going to be a threat for land. And the intensity forecast, by the way, doesn't quite bring it up to hurricane strength, though it could get a little stronger by the middle part of the week. All the while, it keeps it as a tropical storm. I'll be back in a few minutes with a closer look at our forecast here at home. We are basking in nice weather.
Let's get you a quick check of what's going on out in the Atlantic. We've had some funky things going on with Tropical Storm Lorenzo. It's weakened some. A quick glance at that satellite picture. you could figure that out. It's a bit of a mess. It was thought with an area of high pressure, the subtropical high, that this could attempt to do a bit of a loop-de-loop. That's the forecast track from the National Hurricane Center, a brand new one that just came out top of the hour. It's not going to complete that loop, at least as a tropical entity. That's, again, the latest track from the National Hurricane Center, 5P, so it's a complete new advisory. This may not survive what's left of this week. It was always going to stay out over open water, so it wasn't a concern for folks on land. It was just interesting, a very unusual path with that. But farther off to the south and east, there's a tropical wave. It isn't indicated by the National Hurricane Center yet. That could get a little interesting closer to the weekend and throughout next week. Let's talk more about that. Lorenzo, behind it, we've got that wave that just emerged off the coast of Africa, which is a weird thing to say in the middle part of October. Typically, that part of the basin, the main development region, closed for business in the late stages of the season. Earlier, we spoke with Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross about what we could expect from this over the next week or so.
The dark green, that's where the most intense moisture is, where that disturbance is. And you can see it's all kind of spread out. We do see a bit of a circulation here, but that's more kind of a kink in the flow. In other words, a tropical wave that's kind of gathering the moisture right there. All right, so here we are today. And watch the days up there. We're going to go all the way through the week here. There's the weekend. And notice it moves forward. And over the weekend, Saturday, Sunday-ish time period, it's moving through the southern half of the Eastern Caribbean islands, in other words, the Windward Islands, but no sign of development in any of the computer forecasts by that time. But then when we go forward in time, the system kind of slows down, doesn't have a whole lot pushing it, and there is some indication that we might get development in here. This is the GFS model, and you can see there's a couple things spinning around there, nothing organized, nothing strong showing up here by Friday of next week. So we're talking about 10 days from now. But anyway, this is where we're going to watch, because this is where the water is very warm, and this is where systems do indeed develop sometimes this time of year. And their tropical threat graphic shows that if something's going to develop, it's going to be in that area, but the odds are still in the low range that that's going to happen. But this is going to bear watching next week. Nothing of concern this week, doesn't look like. When we look at where the storms have formed, this is what you were talking about, Ian. Not much out in here. Very, very little. Here's the concentration here. You can see in the Western Caribbean. That's why when this disturbance, whatever shape it's in, if it survives to the Western Caribbean, that's when we're going to have to pay attention. All right, let's look at a whole different thing here. This is the super wide view, and this is the U.S. in the middle here, okay? So there we are right there. It's a little bit hard to see with the jet streams over top of it, but look what's happening here. Here comes the jet stream, and then it makes this very radical move, and this dip right here, that's the storm in California right now. Then it goes back to the north, and we get the heat in the middle of the country, then back south, and that's the nor'easter dip on the eastern part of the country. So when we have a very wavy jet stream like this, the whole thing is moving more slowly, and that affects, and then it kind of kinks, and we get these deep storms. Well, when we get the jet streams plunging south like this, then we get hostile conditions in the tropics. So does that mean that the hurricane season is over? No, because it only takes a pocket for something to develop and one of those dips to go down and grab it. So we can't say that, but for a lot of the tropical Atlantic, it's very hostile right now. It's that pocket in the Caribbean that we're going to have to watch next week. Now, there's another thing going on here, and that is the water temperatures. Here you see cool water along the equator in the Pacific, and that's what we call a La Nina condition. And if the La Nina lasts through the winter, as is forecast, normally that means kind of dry and warm across the southern U.S. and kind of wet across the northern U.S. because that kind of kicks the jet stream farther north. But there's a wrinkle this year, and that's all this heat up here, this Pacific heat wave that extends all the way across the Pacific. So now we have a weird contrast because we have cooler to the south, warmer to the north. Normally, temperatures get cooler as you go closer to the North Pole, obviously. So the temperature profile in the Pacific Ocean, which is by far the biggest ocean on Earth and responsible for a lot of weather, is flipped. So it's very hard to predict exactly what's going to happen. It does tend to make the jet stream go slower. That makes these big dips, and we get storms like we have in California right now. So, Ian, it's not going to be a typical La Nina if that big, super big heat wave in the northern Pacific continues, because you just don't have the normal temperature profile that causes the jet stream to be where it is. So it's a little bit of we're going to have to see.
Late hours return to the forecast as this front presses down the Florida Peninsula. It does look like there will still be a chance of seeing a shower or two on Friday, but the winds will actually increase even more, and it could be gustier at times. Now, in the tropics, the only area we're following that is tropical storm Lorenzo, barely holding on. Winds are down to 40 miles per hour. It is poorly organized, moving to the north at 13, and this one will likely dissipate tomorrow in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Time now for your tropical update.
Hurricane specialist and storm surge expert Michael Ari is here now to show us what's happening out there. Michael.
Hey, Calvin, we're getting new information from the Hurricane Center on Lorenzo, and this one has dissipated. So this is the last named storm that we had tracking across the Atlantic. It's no longer defined in terms of its circulation. It's going to just unravel across the middle of the Atlantic, and that'll clear the basin out for the time being. So no storms on the map, no development threats here, at least through the next few days. I'm going to talk about, as we look into the deeper part of next week, October is a busy month for the western part of the Atlantic. When we look out where Lorenzo is, you don't really see many formation areas, and the zone for formation tends to be over here in the Western Caribbean. So that's kind of where we look. There's nothing there right now, but we do have a pretty strong tropical disturbance here just to the south of the Cabo Verde Islands. This, again, way out in the Atlantic. Don't expect it to do anything until it gets into the Caribbean early to middle part of next week. And then as it gets to the Western Caribbean, this is next Thursday, so this is a week from tomorrow, about 8 days away, the upper level winds look like they're going to relax enough that this may try to develop some. The model's showing that right now, but too far out to know whether or not it's going to sort of get buried in to Central America or sort of curl up toward the Gulf of Honduras. Something we'll watch, certainly, in the month ahead, or I'm sorry, in the week ahead, but no development expected, at least, says the Hurricane Center, into the middle part of next week. Back to you.